I just had to laugh, me. Ardon McTeague, the guy who swore off camping after the great Sasquatch debacle of '98. Here I was again, back in an RV winding down dirt roads, looking for some prime disconnect from society territory. I guess there's something about messing with nature that just keeps calling you back, even if it calls you back in the form of a screaming girlfriend, because you insisted on driving the big old Tinkin instead of booking a cozy cabin. Yeah, I know, but Arden, the ambience, turns out. The ambience is a lot different in the Ozarks than up in Washington state. I told Clara the whole vibe was off from the moment we rolled into the Briar Glen campgrounds. The trees were different, not those tall evergreens I loved, but these enleedy, twisted ones that look like they'd snatch you right up and swallow you whole. The folks at the check-in seemed a little too fascinated by us, and not in that welcome to the neighborhood way. No, this was the fresh meat sort of stare. It took us hours to get to our spot down a track so narrow. We scraped the obv sides on branches. When we finally found that little clearing by the creek, I could tell Clara was at about her limit. "We're really doing this?" she asked, her voice kind of small, as she looked around the spooky, overgrown place. Hey! Think of the hiking, I tried for cheerful, even though something about those woods gave me the heebie-jibbies too. And the campfire, as Moore's to her credit, Clara got into the spirit of things and we sort of had a decent evening. Then night came, and that's when it all went wonky. Now I'm used to weird forest noises, but this wasn't owls or coyotes. It began with a clicking, chittering sound. Real close to the RV, like something with too many legs was circling us. We froze, listening. Then came something like a scream, but sharp and wrong, Clara. Practically vibrated. Next to me on the little sofa, Ardon, she whispered. "What the hell is that?" "Don't worry," I said, but my voice sounded shaky, even to me. I got the bear spray easier, said than done, with my heart pounding in my ears. I inched over to the window, bear spray gripped for all it was worth. One thing was clear. Whatever was out there, it was big, and it was moving all around us, catching just flashes of pale moonlight on something I swore it had way too many eyes. I grabbed Clara's hand, feeling her tremble. "We got to get out of here." I said, "It's big. Whatever it is, it's big. The keys." Clara was practically a statue of fear. Next to me, her gaze glued to the windows. My hand fumbled for them on the counter, but my fingers were pure eyes. The screaming, that wrong shrieking sound, started up again, closer this time, and then came something new, something that chilled me to the core. A voice, not in any language. I knew not deep and rum like you'd expect something huge to sound. This was all hisses and guttural shrieks, and yet it was clearly imitating human speech, mocking us Arden. "Oh my God, what do we do?" Clara sobbed. "The keys, I had to find the damn keys." I lunged for the table, knocking over a water bottle that hit the floor with a loud crack. The thing outside went silent for a terrifying second. Then came the sound of it crashing against the side of the RV. The whole thing rocked. I heard a splintering, ripping sound, and Clara screamed. I looked around in time to see the window by the door shatter a long arm, no more like a claw reaching through covered in coarse, bristly fur. The adrenaline hit me like a jolt of lightning. I don't know how, but I found myself diving for the floor. Dragging Clara with me, glass flew everywhere, showering us in sparkling rain. I heard the creature bellow in frustration, thrashing around the RV. Then it was trying to get in the metal panels, groaning and bending under its strength. We got to get out of here. I yelled to Clara over the chaos, "Where's your phone?" She was on it, though crawling across the floor, tears running down her face. I don't know, no. I dropped it, oh God. Ardent desperation fueled me. There was no way. I was going out that busted window. The back of the RV was our only shot, come on. I scrambled, pushing past busted furniture, ignoring the pain of glass in my hands and knees behind us. The thing was tearing through what was left of the door. Clara reached the back bedroom first, throwing herself against the emergency exit with all her weight. It flew open and we tumbled out onto the forest floor. We didn't stop running, crashing through the woods in a blind panic. The creature's roars like thunder behind us. I caught glimpses of it through the trees, a hulking mass of darkness, moving with impossible speed and agility. We tripped and fell sobbing for breath and lost. The woods were a mazid in the moonlight, every shadow playing tricks on our eyes, and then a glimmer of hope, a flicker of light through the trees. The campgrounds, Clara gasped. We pushed on, stumbling and running again, driven by pure terror. The woods blurred around us, and then with a jolt that nearly sent us flying, we burst out into the open space of the main campsite. People milled about, a few flickering campfires still lit. Despite the late hour, we ran towards them shouting for help, our voices hurrah and shaking, "Hey, hey! What's going on?" A big burly guy stepped forward, his face a mix of confusion and concern. I tried to speak, but it felt like my throat was on fire. There's something in the woods. Then the screaming started. People turned eyes wide out from the tree line. It came a monster made real in the firelight. The campers scattered in terror, some running, some frozen in place. The creature, a mix of human and something else with wicked claws and a mouth filled with needle-like teeth, tore into the crowd. It moved like a whirlwind, a force of pure violence. Clara held on to me, sobs racking her body. I felt numb. This was a nightmare. It had to be. But then the guy who stepped up to us turned and ran, and the thing it pounced. It's how piercing our ears, the blood splatter, was shockingly bright in the firelight we were next. I knew it, but something inside me snapped a surgeon of anger, or maybe it was just that dumb fight or flight instinct kicking it up a notch run. I shouted at Clara. Then I spun and grabbed a thick branch from the firewood pile. Probably the most ineffective weapon known to man. But it was all I had. The creature stalked towards us, those too many eyes gleaming with malevolent intelligence. It paused, tilting its head, then let out that horrible screeching mimicry. Arden, the fury boiled in my blood. "Come and get it, you freak!" And then it charged. I swung my branch more out of dumb instinct than any plan, but it connected, hitting the creature across its snout. It sned and veered aside, thrown off balance for a vital second. That was all the time Clara and I needed. We ran like hell, dodging around terrified campers and into the darkness. Beyond, I don't know how we made it. We ran for what felt like our stumbling falling, losing our shoes in the undergrowth. Finally dawn broke, and with it a dirt road. A truck came lumbering along, and we flagged it down, tears and dirt streaking our faces. The driver was an old farmer who didn't ask too many questions. He got us to a gas station where a shaking Clara called for help. It took hours for the police to arrive. They took our statements, their faces grim. They searched the area but found nothing. The rest was a blur. News, crews, questions, and then finally the release. People called us lucky. Some said we were making it up. Others looked at us like we were cursed. The locals muttered about the old tales, the thing they called the Strike of Briar Glen, a legend. They said a myth, turns out. Myths sometimes have very sharp teeth. My name is Clayton Archer, and in 2019, I made the ill-fated decision to take my RV on a solo trip through the desolate wilderness near Whitehorse, Yukon. I've always been someone who craves solitude, maybe more than I should have, according to my ex. But there's something about the vast emptiness of the wild, the endless stretch of trees and mountains, that makes me feel more alive than anything else. It was supposed to be simple: disconnect from the suffocating noise of the city and reconnect with nature. I packed enough supplies to last a week, loaded up my fishing gear, and threw in a few books for good measure. The Yukon, with its reputation for serenity, seemed like the perfect place to escape. The first few days were idyllic, just as I'd hoped. I found a secluded spot by a serene lake, surrounded by towering pines that whispered with the wind. Days passed in a blur of fishing, hiking, and nights spent beside a crackling fire. The stars above, more numerous than I'd ever seen, seemed to peer down on me with an almost knowing gaze. I tried my hand at cooking the fish I caught. Let's just say I was better at catching them than preparing them. The fish were burnt, but I didn't mind. The days felt timeless, like I was at peace with the world. On the fourth day, I decided to push a bit further into the wilderness. A local shopkeeper in Whitehorse had told me about a hidden waterfall, not on any map, but worth the trek. He'd sketched out directions on a napkin, and I'd set off with only the thrill of exploration on my mind. The trail was almost invisible, overgrown with shrubs and littered with fallen branches. The excitement of navigating the untamed path overshadowed any discomfort. But about an hour into the hike, I stumbled across something unsettling. A makeshift sign nailed to a tree, weathered and faintly warning, "Turn back." It looked ancient, the letters faded and barely legible, but the message was clear. I chuckled to myself, brushing it off as some prank or an old remnant of a time when the area had been closed off for logging. I wasn't about to let a piece of wood scare me off. Another half hour passed before I heard the distant roar of water cascading over rocks. Encouraged, I quickened my pace. The trees parted, revealing a breathtaking waterfall tumbling into a crystal-clear pool below. The sight was mesmerizing, and for a moment, I felt like I was the only person on Earth. As I sat on a rock, taking in the beauty, I noticed strange carvings on the surrounding trees, symbols and shapes I didn't recognize. Curiosity gnawed at me, and I approached to get a closer look. They seemed deliberate, like some forgotten language left behind by those who had been here long before me. A shiver crawled down my spine. There was an eerie energy to this place. The sun began to dip lower, casting long, twisted shadows across the forest floor. Realizing I should head back before darkness fell, I turned to retrace my steps, but soon nothing looked familiar. The trail I had followed was gone, swallowed by the dense woods. I laughed nervously, trying to keep my composure. "Great, Clayton. Lost in the woods," I muttered to myself. I had my compass, though, and knew roughly which direction I needed to go. But as I moved forward, the forest around me grew darker, thicker, the trees pressing closer together. Silence gripped the place, the usual sounds of wildlife vanished. No birds, no rustling of leaves, just a suffocating, unnatural quiet. Then, from behind me, came a rustling sound, too deliberate to be an animal. I spun around, but there was nothing. My breath quickened. "Probably just a squirrel," I whispered, trying to calm myself. But the rustling came again, louder now, followed by the unmistakable snap of a twig underfoot. My pulse raced. I called out, "Hello? Anyone there?" No answer. I quickened my pace, but the sounds continued, now paralleling me, following my every move. It felt as if something or someone was watching. A wave of dread washed over me, and I cursed myself for not bringing bear spray. And then, through the trees ahead, a figure emerged. A man. Tall, disheveled, his beard wild and untamed, his clothes torn and stained with something I didn't want to think about. In his hand, he held a hunting knife, the blade glinting menacingly in the fading light. "Hey there," he said, his grin too wide, his eyes cold and dead. "Looks like you're a bit off the beaten path." For a moment I froze. Relief and confusion mixed in a cocktail of fear. "I'm trying to get back to my camp," I said, struggling to maintain my calm. "Lost the trail somewhere." He stepped closer, the knife never leaving his side. "Not many folks come out this way. It's easy to get turned around." His gaze flicked over me, taking me in. "You know the way back?" I nodded, though I wasn't so sure anymore. "Do you?" A twisted smirk curled his lips. "Maybe I do. The question is, what's it worth to you?" A chill crawled up my spine. Something about his tone was wrong in a way I couldn't articulate. "I've got food, gear back at my RV," I offered quickly, my voice trembling. "You can take some of it." He chuckled low and menacing. I think I might just take you up on that. My heart hammered in my chest. What's your name? I ventured, trying to keep the situation calm. He tilted his head, his eyes never leaving mine. I didn't give it. I'm Clayton, I said, the words spilling out of my mouth, more to fill the silence than anything else. Clayton, he repeated, his voice a rasp. Nice to meet you, Clayton. I tried to move past him, but he stepped into my path, blocking me. You don't want to be out here after dark, he warned, his grin widening. There's all sorts of dangers in these woods after sunset. My stomach twisted. That's exactly why I need to go. I tried to step around him, but he blocked me again, his eyes cold, unblinking. I insist. Before I could react, he lunged, the knife aimed straight at me. Pure instinct kicked in. I leaped backward, my foot catching a root, and I fell, pain shooting through my elbow. But the adrenaline was already surging through me, and I scrambled to my feet, my mind screaming. Why are you doing this? I shouted, fear choking my words. Can't have you wandering around where you don't belong, he replied, his voice low and guttural. I grabbed a thick branch lying nearby and swung it at him, desperation giving me strength. Stay back, I shouted. He laughed. You think you can take me? I swung again, this time landing a solid blow to his arm. He grunted in pain, but the knife didn't fall. Before I could strike again, he kicked my legs out from under me, sending me crashing to the ground. The air whooshed out of my lungs as I hit the dirt, and he loomed over me, the knife raised high. You should have stayed at your camp, Clayton, he sneered. Time seemed to stretch, the world growing dark around the edges. Then, from deep in the forest, I heard a distant shout. Clayton, you out there? The man's head snapped up at the sound, and in that instant of distraction, I kicked up, my foot slamming into his knee. He stumbled, and I bolted, shouting for help as I ran. Over here! I screamed. The voices of the hikers grew louder, and in a flash 2 figures appeared, an older couple, their faces drawn with concern. Are you okay? The woman asked, rushing to my side. There's a man, I gasped. He's trying to kill me. The man's expression hardened. We need to get you out of here. They helped me to their camp, where I collapsed, shaking, as the woman called for help. It wasn't until later that night, when the rangers arrived and I recounted everything, that I began to feel some relief. But that relief was fleeting. They'd been searching for a fugitive named Garrett Bowl, a man with a violent history who had been hiding in the area. I was lucky to have escaped. When they escorted me back to my RV, I was shaken but grateful, until I saw it. The door was ajar. Did you leave it open? One of the rangers asked. No, I whispered, dread curling in my stomach. They drew their weapons, signaling for me to stay back as they entered. It didn't take long before one of them called out, "All clear." I stepped inside. The RV was a mess. Supplies were scattered everywhere, and the foul stench of decay filled the air. On the wall, in what looked like charcoal, was a message, "You can't hide." My heart dropped into my stomach. What the hell? I muttered. Why is he targeting me? The rangers assured me they would station a patrol nearby. But it's probably best if you head back to town in the morning, one said. That night, sleep evaded me. Every creak of the RV made me jump. I kept thinking of that message on the wall, of the man's eyes. At dawn, I was ready to leave. As I started the engine, a folded piece of paper fluttered from under the visor and landed in my lap. My heart slammed against my ribs as I unfolded it. A crude drawing of the forest, an X marking a spot, and the words "Final Warning." I showed it to the rangers. One of them swore under his breath. He was inside while we were here. Get me out of here, I said, my voice shaking. The drive back to Whitehorse was a blur of panic. The next few days were a nightmare, until I heard the news. A hiker had been found dead near the spot where I'd camped. His description matched the man who had helped me. I felt a knot form in my stomach. Was it him? I reached out to the authorities, informing them of the couple who had helped me. The news I received later confirmed my worst fear. The couple had been attacked. The woman was in critical condition, and the man was dead. The officer's words echoed in my head. This guy is escalating. I dug into Garrett Bowles' past, piecing together a tragic story of a man broken by loss. Someone who had once been a well-respected local guide until an accident had taken everything from him. His motivations became clearer. Vengeance against those who dared to tread in his domain. A week later, I got the call. They'd caught him. He's in custody, the officer said, relief flooding my chest. Thanks to your information, we were able to find him. I let out a long breath, but even as I hung up, I knew the scars would never fade. The nightmare had ended, but for those who came too close to Garrett Bowles' haunted wilderness, the terror would never truly disappear. My name's Briar Sullivan, and this nightmare began a couple of months ago, on one of those long RV trips with my buddy Silas. You know the kind, where you get far enough from civilization that the only signs of life are the wind and the road you leave behind. This time, we were headed to the wilds of the Olympic National Park in Washington State, that rainforest where the trees seem to whisper ancient secrets and the air feels thick with something old, something untouchable. The perfect place to get lost, we thought. Silas? He's a nature nut. He could tell you which plants would save your life and which ones would send you into a violent hallucination. As for me, well, I'm good with a fishing rod, building fires, and keeping us alive when things get dark. We parked the RV by the river, secluded, far from the small town of Forks. It was just the first day, but everything felt wrong. Too quiet. The forest had this feeling to it, like it was watching us. We spent the morning fishing. It was glorious. The sun barely touched the forest floor, but that soft light made the place feel magical, like something out of a dream or a nightmare. We didn't speak much. Silas was lost in his foraging, his head buried in some plant guide, while I busied myself with the catch of the day. We weren't going hungry tonight. Then Silas disappeared into the underbrush. He'd done it before, vanishing into his little world with those damn plants, but this time, something felt off. Maybe it was the way the trees seemed to shift, or how the silence stretched a little too long. Then I heard it. A scream. Raw. High-pitched, raspy, like someone or something was being torn apart. It sliced through the air and my heart dropped. I didn't think. I just ran. "Silas! Silas!" I yelled, but the forest swallowed my voice. There was no answer. Only the eerie drip of rain off the leaves. My pulse pounded in my ears, my breath coming in ragged gasps as I pushed through the underbrush, desperate to find him. I found the clearing, and kneeling on the ground, his face pale as a ghost. "Silas!" I shouted again, but when he looked up at me, I saw it. The fear. No, not just fear, pure, unadulterated terror. He pointed, a trembling finger aimed at the trees on the far side of the clearing. It's out there." I didn't see it at first. But then, it moved. The thing was tall, taller than me, and I'm 6 feet. It was hunched, skin like rotting bark, patches of moss clinging to its gnarled limbs, its body twisted unnaturally, almost like a plant, yet somehow human. A sickening, wrong blend of both. Long, spindly arms hung at its sides, twisted and gnarled like branches reaching for something they shouldn't. Its face was hidden. No, not hidden, more like not there. Instead, the head was this elongated horror, twisting like a vine. And then I felt it. Its eyes. I couldn't see them, not really, but I felt them, locking onto me. "Silas!" I gasped. "What the hell is that?" His voice was barely a whisper, but it broke through the air like a knife. "We need to leave. Now." There was no argument. We ran. We didn't stop until we were back at the RV, my heart crashing in my chest, my legs screaming for rest. Silas was panting beside me, his eyes wide, his skin ashen. "What the hell was that thing?" I forced the words out, my breath shallow. He shook his head, terror still painted across his face. "I don't know, man. I don't know." Then he closed his eyes, took a shuddering breath, and whispered, "That scream? I've never heard anything like it before. I couldn't get the image of that thing out of my mind. It wasn't just the creature, it was everything. The forest, the scream, the feeling of something watching us. I felt a sick pull to it, a curiosity that clawed at my insides, but Silas was always the rational one, was terrified. And he was right. We needed to leave. That night was pure hell. Not a minute passed without every crack of the trees or every gust of wind sending us into a panic. We hardly slept. When morning came, Silas was already packing up. But me? I couldn't just let it go. I couldn't. While Silas was preoccupied, I slipped away back toward the clearing. My pulse hammered as I approached, the unease crawling beneath my skin like a disease. I circled the edge, keeping low, eyes darting through the trees, waiting for that thing to reappear. The forest was still, too still. That's when I saw it. Blood. Just a few drops, but enough to make my stomach lurch. It wasn't much, just a few spatters like an animal had stumbled by, but something told me it wasn't an animal's blood. No, this was something worse. I heard a snap. A twig, breaking behind me. My heart stopped. I spun around. It was Silas. His face was twisted in a combination of fury and fear. "Briar!" he hissed, his voice sharp with panic. "What the hell are you doing?" Before I could respond, he grabbed my arm and dragged me back toward the RV. I was too shaken to fight him, too terrified to even speak. The rest of the trip was a blur. We left, Silas barely saying a word as we hit the road, his grip on the wheel tight, his eyes never leaving the rearview mirror. "We're not coming back here, Briar," he said finally, his voice grim. "Whatever that thing is, it's dangerous." We never talked about it again. Who would believe us? Who could? I felt guilty for even considering going back, for putting us in danger. But deep down, I know that thing is still out there. I can feel it, gnawing at the edge of my thoughts like a predator waiting in the shadows. It hasn't finished with us. It has unfinished business. And it's waiting for the next time it wants to show itself. My name is Clay Alber, and the events I'm about to describe began in 1993, after I had just graduated from college. Back then, I was a hopeful yet lost soul. Degree in hand, but no direction. With my literature degree, I was supposed to find some meaningful career. Instead, I bounced between dead-end jobs while helping my uncle, Carl, with his cabin rental business in the Catskills. Uncle Carl was a rough man, gruff and weathered, but with a heart made of gold. He paid me well enough, and I appreciated the work, even though it kept me tethered to the isolated wilderness. The Catskills, with its haunting beauty, was a haven for city folk looking to escape the suffocating grind of New York. The cabins themselves were quaint, but they sat on the edge of the forest, remote enough to give people that middle-of-nowhere vibe, yet close enough that civilization still felt within reach. This particular summer, I was tasked with overseeing the maintenance of the cabins. It was peaceful work, mostly. That was until my childhood friend, Rocco Pensler, decided to come visit. Rocco was always up for an adventure, the type to turn trouble into fun. We hadn't seen each other in years, not since I left for college, and I was eager to catch up. He rolled in on a Wednesday afternoon, his beat-up Chevy rattling up the gravel path to the main cabin where I was staying. When he stepped out, grinning from ear to ear, I felt a weight lift. We embraced like brothers who hadn't missed a beat. "Damn, Clay, you look like a mountain man now," Rocco teased, rubbing his scruffy chin. "Yeah, well, someone's got to keep this place from falling apart," I replied, slapping his shoulder. We spent the first night reminiscing over beers, reminiscing about high school escapades, laughing at all the ways we'd managed to dodge the law in our reckless youth. It felt good to be together again, and I could tell Rocco was glad to be out here, away from whatever trouble he had left behind in the city. The next morning, we decided to hike to one of my favorite spots, a hidden lake about 2 miles from the cabin. The air was fresh, the sky clear, and the birds sang from every corner of the forest. We joked and laughed along the trail, but deep down, I couldn't shake a strange sensation, like we weren't entirely alone in those woods. By mid-morning, we reached the lake and stripped down to take a dip. The water was cold but refreshing, and for a while we felt like carefree kids again. Afterward, we lay on the grass by the shore, soaking in the sun, and Rocco asked, "So what's the deal with this place anyway?" "Uncle Carl bought it years ago, fixed up the cabins, rents them out. It's a decent gig. People pay good money to escape their lives for a bit." "And you just maintain the place?" he asked. "Yeah, beats sitting in an office all day." We spent the afternoon lounging, talking, and enjoying the solitude. But as the day wore on, the woods took on a different character. The chirping of birds faded, replaced by the eerie sounds of distant crickets and the occasional owl's hoot. The air had a strange stillness about it, like the forest itself was holding its breath. That evening, after a hearty dinner and more beers, we decided to check out one of the other cabins. Most of them were unoccupied during the week, and I had a key to all of them. We grabbed a flashlight and set off down the narrow trail, the beam cutting through the darkness. The trees seemed to crowd in around us, their gnarled branches whispering in the wind, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. "You ever get creeped out up here alone?" Rocco asked, his voice almost a whisper. "Sometimes, but it's just the mind playing tricks." "Nothing but deer and raccoons," I replied, trying to brush off the unease that was creeping into my own mind. We reached the cabin, an old wooden structure with a creaky porch. The door groaned as I unlocked it, and we stepped inside. The air was musty, stale. The floorboards creaked under our weight. It was a simple setup, a small kitchen, a living area with a stone fireplace, and a back bedroom. Rocco poked around, opening drawers and cabinets. "You ever find anything weird in these places?" "Not really. Just junk, books, clothes, food people leave behind." He picked up an old book, flipping through its brittle pages. "Man, these places have character. Feels like stepping back in time." We laughed, exploring the cabin, amused by the strange items left behind, but as the night stretched on, the atmosphere began to change. The wind picked up outside, howling through the trees. I felt a shiver run down my spine. "Let's head back," I suggested, my voice strained. As we walked back toward the main cabin, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was following us. Every so often, I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone, or something, lurking in the shadows. Rocco, ever the joker, made ghost noises to lighten the mood, but even he seemed uneasy. By the time we reached the cabin, I locked the door behind us, making sure every window was shut. We settled in the living room, the fire flickering in the hearth, casting long shadows on the walls. I was about to drift off to sleep when it came, low, guttural, a sound that made my blood run cold. A growl. I sat up heart-pounding. "Did you hear that?" I whispered. Rocco's eyes snapped open. "Hear what?" We sat in silence, straining to listen. Then it came again, louder this time, a sickening blend of a growl and a moan. It sounded wrong. "What the hell is that?" Rocco whispered, his voice trembling. "I don't know." I whispered back. "Probably just an animal. Let's stay inside." We held our breath, listening to the chilling sound as it echoed through the forest. Hours passed, but the noises didn't stop until they eventually faded. We convinced ourselves it was nothing, a figment of our imagination, but something deep inside me knew better. Something was out there, watching us. The next morning, we ventured out to check the area around the cabin for signs of whatever had made those noises. We found nothing. No tracks. No broken branches. It was as if the creature had vanished without a trace. We tried to move on, distracting ourselves with a trip into town for supplies. The small town felt like a welcome change of pace. I ran into a few locals who knew my uncle, but I didn't mention the noises, didn't want to stir up unnecessary worry. When we returned to the cabin, the sun was setting again. The shadows lengthened, and once more, The forest around us seemed to come alive with unnatural sounds. Wind through the trees, the occasional snap of a twig, a distant moan. We couldn't focus on our card game. Our minds kept drifting back to the night before. Then it came again, the noises, closer this time. Something was moving through the woods, slow and deliberate, getting closer with every passing moment. My heart slammed in my chest. I grabbed the flashlight, motioning for Rocco to follow me. We crept to the window, the flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, but we saw nothing. The sounds continued, slow, methodical footsteps circling the cabin. "We need to call for help," Rocco said, his voice quivering. I shook my head. "Tell them what? That we heard weird noises? They'll think we're crazy." "Better crazy than dead," Rocco muttered, his fear palpable. I reached for the phone, but before I could dial, the noises stopped. An unnatural silence filled the air. Then, without warning, the front door exploded open. A figure lunged at us. The flashlight fell from my hand as I was thrown backward. Pain shot through my side as I collided with the coffee table. Rocco swung something, a chair maybe, at the figure, and there was a sickening thud followed by a guttural scream. I scrambled for the flashlight, flicking it on, and that's when I saw it. The thing standing before us wasn't human. It was twisted, grotesque, elongated limbs, skin stretched tight, pale and leathery, hollow eyes, a mouthful of jagged teeth. Its claws dripped with blood. "Run!" I screamed, forcing myself to my feet. We bolted for the back door. The creature gave chase, its footsteps pounding like thunder. We tore through the night, the cold air burning our lungs. "Head for the truck!" I yelled, glancing back to see it gaining on us. Rocco reached the truck first, yanking the door open. I dove in after him, slamming the door just as the creature reached us. It clawed at the window, its eyes burning with rage. "Start the damn thing!" I screamed, my voice high with panic. Rocco fumbled with the keys, hands trembling. The engine roared to life. He slammed his foot on the gas, and the truck lurched forward, throwing the creature off balance. It tumbled into the dirt, but we didn't stop. We sped down the gravel path, bouncing and rattling, the creature fading into the darkness behind us. We didn't stop until we reached the main road, both of us shaking, trying to comprehend what had just happened. I glanced down at my side. Blood was seeping through my shirt. The pain was intense, but the terror of what we'd just escaped kept me going. "We need to get you to a hospital," Rocco said, his voice trembling. "No hospitals, no cops. They won't believe us," I replied, wincing in pain. Rocco nodded, understanding. We were on our own. Hours passed as we drove, the silence between us thick with disbelief. We found a small motel and checked in. I patched up my side as best I could and collapsed onto the bed, exhausted. The next morning, we sat in silence. Rocco left for the city, and I stayed behind, far away from the Catskills. We stayed in touch for a while, but the trauma of that night eventually drove a wedge between us. Neither of us could talk about it without reliving the fear. Years passed. I tried to put it behind me, but the memories never faded. I heard about people going missing in those woods, and I couldn't help but wonder if it was the same creature. I still hear the distant creak of trees or the faint moan in the dead of night. And I remember those dark eyes, those jagged teeth. To this day, I can't stand the sight of a cabin in the woods. The thought of being out there, alone, vulnerable, sends a shiver down my spine. I've built a life far from those woods, surrounded by people and noise, and the safety of civilization. But sometimes in the dead of night I hear something that reminds me of what lurked just beyond the trees, and I know. Whatever it is, it's still out there, waiting, hungry. I called up my buddy Cayman a couple of months ago and told him the news. I bought an RV. I was serious about getting back into camping, something I hadn't done in years. My old man used to take me when I was a kid, but he passed a few years ago, and I thought it was finally time to honor him by getting back out there. Cayman was stoked for me. He started throwing out all these wild places I should visit, but I told him I was going to take it slow at first. Just some test runs, you know. Stick to familiar spots. We agreed to schedule a trip later in the summer, and I was feeling pretty damn hyped to reconnect with nature. For my first trip, I chose Blue Basin National Park up in northern Utah. It was about a 6-hour drive from my place. I'd been there before, so it was perfect for a maiden voyage. The park's huge, wilderness trails everywhere, a few established campgrounds, everything you'd expect from a popular national park. I figured it'd be easy to find my bearings, and if anything went sideways, help wouldn't be far off. When I pulled into the main campground, I was shocked. It was packed. I had no idea the place got this busy, even off-season. But I found a spot, set up the RV, and settled in for my first night under the stars. It was eerily quiet around me, and I couldn't help but feel a little relieved. I'd been nervous about the noise from other campers, but everything seemed peaceful. The night passed uneventfully, thankfully. The next morning, I made some breakfast, then took a moment to map out a few easy hiking trails to check out. But as I stared at the map, something caught my eye. Small off-the-grid campsites up the mountain. I loved the solitude. It felt like a call. So I packed a light bag, tossed some gear into the RV, and set off toward these hidden spots. The trail was nice, clear, and well-maintained. The higher I climbed, the louder the river roared down in the valley below. I couldn't wait to get a glimpse of it. A few hours later, I found the first of these isolated campsites, tucked away off the trail. It was perfect, small clearing, fire pit, and best of all, the river just a short hike away. I left my stuff and ventured down to the water. The place was breathtaking, crystal clear, cutting through rocks. I spent some time there, soaking it all in, but as the light began to fade, I knew I should head back to camp before it got dark. That's when the smell hit me. It was sickly sweet, like rotting fruit, but something far worse mixed with it. A metallic, coppery tang that made my skin crawl. I glanced around, trying to place the source, but couldn't. I shrugged it off, thinking maybe some strange plant nearby was causing it. But the further I went to the trees, the stronger the smell became. And now it was undeniable. Something was wrong. I called out, just in case there was another camper, but there was no answer. Unease settled in my chest. I turned back toward my campsite, deciding I'd be better off where it was familiar. Back at the clearing, I tried to shake the weird feeling. Maybe I was just being paranoid. I built a fire and sat down, trying to focus on the crackling flames. The sun had dipped below the horizon. I didn't know what time it was, but it was dark. Too dark. Then I heard it, a rustling sound in the trees. I snapped my head up, my heart pounding. I shone my flashlight in the direction of the noise, and for a split second I saw eyes. Yellow, glowing, then gone. My breath caught in my throat. Just a raccoon, maybe. But my heart was pounding like a drum. The rustling stopped, but the smell was back, stronger than before, like it was coming from all around me. Then a branch snapped. Right behind me. I whirled around, flashlight darting through the darkness, but saw nothing. My hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped the light. Something was out there. It was close. I stumbled back toward the RV, my mind racing. As I reached for the door, I saw it. It stepped out of the shadows, a tall, impossibly lanky creature, its skin pulled tight like raw meat, muscles bulging beneath. Its face, Jesus. Its face was sunken. Eyes wide, hollow sockets staring at me like it had never seen a living thing before. Its mouth hung open too wide, full of crooked, needle-like teeth, jagged and dripping with something black. I stumbled back, a scream lodged in my throat. The thing tilted its head slowly, as if it didn't understand what it was seeing, and took a single, deliberate step toward me. My legs moved before my brain could react, and I threw myself into the RV, slamming the door behind me. My hands were shaking so badly, I could barely get the key in the lock. Outside, the creature sniffed the air, its breath rasping and deep, like it was savoring the scent of my fear. Then it started to growl, low, guttural sounds that didn't belong to anything human. It was trying to speak. I could feel the pressure in my chest, like my lungs were collapsing. I had to get out. I grabbed my backpack and shoved essentials into it. A knife, some water, my phone. Thank God, the damn thing still had service. I dialed 911, but the call cut off halfway through. I could feel panic rising in my throat. No, 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 this can't be happening. I tried Cayman. I had to reach someone. I found his number, my fingers trembling as I hit dial. It rang, once, twice, 3 times. Finally he picked up, but all that came out of me were panicked, breathless whimpers. Cayman, I'm at Blue Basin. This thing, it's here. My voice broke as I heard something crash against the RV. I whipped around. The monster's head was through the broken window, its shoulders pushing impossibly far inside. It saw me. Its mouth stretched wide, impossibly wide, and I heard the sickening crunch of glass breaking beneath its weight. I screamed and flung myself to the other door, ripping it open, scrambling out of the RV. The creature's long, gnarled fingers reached for me. I fumbled for the keys, finally yanking them from my pocket. I didn't even think, just threw the RV into gear and slammed my foot on the gas. The RV lurched forward, tires squealing. I heard the creature screech in fury, its long legs pounding the earth as it chased me down the mountain. I couldn't see it anymore, but I could hear it. Its footsteps, its growls, its screams. I drove faster, the road twisting and winding through the trees. Then I saw it, the main road out of the wilderness, the way out. I pushed the RV harder, praying I could make it. But then I heard it, metal on metal. Something crunched under the RV's tires. The vehicle lurched violently to one side. I tried to steer, but the wheels slipped. I screamed as the RV tilted, rolling toward the edge of the cliff. The world spun, and then there was a deafening crash. I woke up, groggy and disoriented, my body aching like I had been run over by a truck. I clawed my way out of the wreckage, bloodied and broken. The creature was gone, but I could still hear it screeching, fading into the distance. I collapsed to the ground, sobbing with relief. I was alive, but barely. Morning came, and rescuers found me. They told me the RV was a wreck, and there were strange claw marks all over it, blood splattered everywhere. But not mine. The rangers found a deer carcass up in the woods. It was shredded, torn apart in ways that made no sense. They didn't know what it was, but I did. I knew exactly what it was. I told them my story, but they just looked at me like I was crazy, like I'd imagined it all. The reports later said it was some escaped exotic pet, or maybe some mutated predator. But I knew the truth. I survived. But I don't think that thing is gone. Every once in a while, I still smell that sickly sweet stench, and I remember those eyes burning, hollow, watching me. I'll never forget I faced the skin thief. And I live to tell the tale. I've been RV camping in these deep Tennessee woods for weeks now, seeking peace and escape from the constant noise of the world. No distractions. Well, mostly. But let me tell you, it's not just squirrels messing with your stuff out here. You can feel it. Something's not right. At first, it's small stuff. Missing boots. Food vanishing when you turn your back. Little things you brush off as no big deal. But this week, even I'm starting to feel it. The creeping dread that lingers in the shadows. I'm Corin, by the way. Nice to meet you, though I don't expect you to actually see me. Where was I? Oh, right, the strange stuff. I'm out here working on a nature photography project, hiking the trails, chasing the perfect golden hour shots. Yesterday I stumbled upon this clearing, unlike anything I'd ever seen. It looked like something out of a fairy tale, but not in a good way. Overgrown, misty, ancient trees twisted like they were reaching for something, and the silence. There was nothing. No birds, no crickets, not a whisper of wind. Just stillness that settled deep into your bones. Now, I'm the kind of guy who dives into the weird to get that perfect shot, But something about this place, it felt wrong. My gut screamed at me to leave, but I ignored it. Big mistake. That's when I saw it. Not the whole thing, just a flash, a glimpse, a pair of legs too long and too thin, moving in a way that made my stomach churn. They weren't human. They were bent like a spider's, twisted and unnatural. I couldn't take it. I turned and ran, fast. But in my panic, I crashed into a rock and busted my camera lens. Great. You'd probably think I'd had too much moonshine, but listen, this is where it gets worse. That thing followed me back to camp. I was in the RV, trying to settle down for the night when I heard it. At first, it was just rustling, like something big brushing against the trees. But then, it circled. Heavy, deliberate steps, too slow to be an animal. It was right outside my RV, like it knew I was there, watching, waiting. I grabbed my rifle. Yeah, I came out here for photography, but who in their right mind goes into the woods unarmed? I peeked through the window, and that's when the air went ice cold. It was enormous, towering over the RV, with limbs that looked like twisted branches, some of them peeling away like bark. And the head? God, the head. It wasn't human. It looked like a skull, hollow and dark, with branches sprouting from it like antlers, jagged and unnatural. It was so tall, I thought it might pierce the sky. I froze. My heart pounded so hard I thought it would split my chest open. But the thing didn't move at first. It tilted its head, as if it was curious, like it could sense me through the thin metal walls of my RV. Then it struck. It hit the RV with such force the whole thing shook, rattling my teeth, throwing me against the walls. I scrambled for my rifle, but every time it slammed into the RV, it felt like the whole thing would tip over. It wasn't hunting me. Not yet. It was playing with me, like a cat batting at a trapped mouse. I did the dumbest thing I could think of. I yelled. A primal scream, filled with fear, just spilled out of me. The thing hissed back, a sound so low, so raspy, it made my skin crawl. Then, just as suddenly, it stopped. It circled the RV one last time, its massive limbs dragging against the earth like they could snap the trees in half. I felt its gaze, cold, dark, like it could see straight through the walls. I spent the rest of the night with my rifle clutched in my hands, eyes never leaving the window. I was sure it would come back, finish what it started, but it didn't. The woods went silent again, just like in that eerie clearing. When morning finally came, I didn't pack up my gear. I fled. My camera was broken, my nerves shattered, but I wasn't about to stay and find out what else lurked out there. That thing, I don't even know what it was. Part of me wants to tell myself it was just a trick of the light, a misidentification in the dark. But I can't. Not after seeing its twisted leg in the clearing. Not after feeling its gaze burn into me from the shadows. Now I'm on the road, heading out of here as fast as my old RV will take me. But even as I drive, I can't escape it. I keep seeing those antlers in my rearview mirror, and I swear I can feel the weight of its gaze pressing against my back. It's still out there, waiting. My name is Sam Felder, and I'll never forget June 17th, 2002. I was hauling a load of lumber from Boise, heading to some forgotten town in Oregon. Trucking wasn't glamorous, but it paid the bills, and for me, the open road was everything. There's something freeing about the highway, that endless stretch of asphalt that seems to go on forever, just you, your rig, and the horizon. But that day, I learned that freedom has limits, and sometimes it can be deadly. I was somewhere near the Oregon-Idaho border, navigating those winding, empty roads that cut through dense forest. The sun had dipped low, casting long, twisted shadows across the pavement. It was late afternoon, the kind of time when the world seems to go still, quiet. Highway 95, that desolate stretch, felt like it belonged to no one. There were no other cars, no other sounds. Just me, alone in the wilderness. I needed a break, to stretch my legs and grab something to eat, so I pulled into a rest area. It was deserted, or so it seemed. A few picnic tables, an old shelter, and vending machines that hadn't been stocked in years. I parked and stepped out into the cool evening air, feeling the pressure of the cab finally lift. That's when I saw the other truck. It was parked a little farther down, half hidden by the trees. Its doors were open, and it looked like it hadn't been touched in days. There was something unsettling about it, like it had been abandoned. Truckers leave their rigs all the time. Mechanical failures, maybe, or a ride with someone else. But this felt wrong. I shook it off, bought a stale bag of chips, and headed back to my truck. As I walked past the other rig, I heard a rustling in the trees behind it. I stopped. The silence was thick, oppressive, and then nothing. I figured it was just some animal, maybe a squirrel or deer. But my gut told me something was off. I climbed back into my truck and started the engine. Before I could pull away, a figure stepped out from behind the other truck. It was a man. Tall, gaunt, his face hollowed by time and something darker. His plaid shirt was dirty, his jeans torn. He didn't look like someone who belonged on the road, not the way I did. His eyes locked with mine for just a second, but that was enough. The chill that ran down my spine wasn't from the cold. It was something far worse. He didn't speak. He just stood there, staring at me with hollow eyes. I nodded, trying to be polite, and started to drive off. He didn't move, didn't acknowledge me. I pulled out of the rest area, my eyes constantly flicking to the rearview mirror. He was still standing there, watching me, like a shadow that wouldn't leave. I shook it off, but a gnawing unease crept in. People are strange. It wasn't my job to figure them out, right? About an hour later, I needed to relieve myself, so I stopped at the next rest area. This one was even more isolated. Nothing but a few grimy picnic tables and a bathroom that looked like it hadn't been touched in years. I parked, the solitude oddly comforting, and made my way to the restroom. As I stood there, I heard the unmistakable rumble of an engine approaching. I glanced out of the window. My blood ran cold. It was the same truck from before. The same man. There was no way this could be a coincidence. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I stepped out of the restroom, trying to keep my cool. He was getting out of his truck, that same strange, unsettling look in his eyes. I tried to reason with myself. Stay calm. Don't show fear. Hey, man, you got a problem? I called out, my voice steady but my heart pounding in my chest. He didn't answer. He just kept walking toward me, his footsteps slow and deliberate. I backed up a few steps, eyes scanning for something, anything, I could use as a weapon. But there was nothing, just trees. An empty highway stretching endlessly in both directions. Look, buddy, I don't want any trouble, I said, voice cracking. He didn't respond. Finally, he spoke, his voice low and raspy. Neither do I, but you shouldn't have stopped. Before I could react, he lunged at me, fast as lightning. His hands were on me before I could even brace myself, throwing me to the ground. My head cracked against the pavement, and stars exploded in my vision. I tried to push him off, but he was stronger than he looked. A knife glinted in his hand, pressing to my throat. I gasped for air, my mind racing. Why was he doing this? What the hell did he want? His eyes were wild. There was no reasoning with him. He wasn't here for anything good. His hands trembled as the blade dug deeper. Then I heard it, the unmistakable sound of an engine pulling in. For one fleeting second he hesitated. That second was all I needed. I twisted my body, knocking his arm away and scrambling to my feet. His knife slashed through the air, grazing my side. The pain was instant, fiery, but I didn't stop. I kept moving. A state trooper's car had pulled into the rest area. "Help!" I screamed, waving my arms frantically. The trooper leaped from the car, gun drawn, eyes scanning the woods. The man looked at the trooper, then at me, before bolting into the trees. The trooper rushed over, his gun still trained on the dark woods. "You okay?" he asked, his eyes flicking between me and the trees. "I think so," I gasped, pressing a hand to my bleeding side. "That guy, he attacked me. He was going to." The trooper called for backup, and soon more officers arrived. They searched the woods, but the man was gone, vanished, no sign, not a trace. The ambulance arrived soon after, and they took me to the nearest hospital, where they stitched me up and kept me overnight for observation. The next day, a detective came to talk to me. They had found the other truck. It was the one from the rest area. They'd tracked down its owner, Dale Crowley, a long-haul trucker who had been reported missing 2 weeks earlier. His truck was full of personal belongings, but there was no sign of him. "Do you think the man who attacked me was involved?" I asked the detective. "It's possible," he said. "We're still investigating. Looks like he might have been using Crowley's truck as a base of operations." He paused, his eyes narrowing. "You're lucky to be alive." I spent a few more days in the hospital before they let me go. The police never found the man who attacked me. Crowley, the trucker, was never found either. The whole thing left me unsettled, shaken. I kept driving, but the fear didn't go away. Every time I stopped at a rest area, I found myself looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see those wild eyes staring back at me from the darkness. I never saw him again, but I know he's still out there. To this day, I wonder what happened to Dale Crowley. Was he just another victim of whatever madness drove that man to attack me? Or did that man have something to do with Crowley's disappearance? The police found some blood in Crowley's truck, but not enough to suggest a struggle. It was like he just vanished, like he never existed. Maybe he did, or maybe the man who attacked me had something to do with it. Either way, I know one thing. Sometimes it's better to just keep driving. So if you're ever out on those lonely roads, those isolated highways, take it from me. Be careful. You never know who you might run into. And sometimes the most terrifying thing you can do is stop, because there are things out there that will never let you go. I call up to my buddy Arker. I'm all set for the trip. Man, just need to grab something to eat and I'll head over. Yeah, Rikers, the other half of this RV adventure. His idea really says a guy's got to get out of his apartment, at least a few times a year, or the walls will start to close in. I used to think he was full of it, but after that 6-month coding bender, I started to see his point now. I'm all about open skies and fresh air, at least for a weekend. The road up to Yos is always one of my favorites. You go from the flatlands with the cows and crops to rolling foothills. Then the real deal. The big trees, the cliffs, the whole 9 yards rears, usually in the passenger seat, ranting about JavaScript or complaining the whole world doesn't operate on Linux. This time, I'm going solo. No offense, R. But sometimes a guy needs. His silence reached the park, and there's barely a place to put the rig, lucky. I got a smaller model, 'cause those big guys are parked tight. Guess this is what happens when you got to share Mother Nature with the whole darn state of California. I spend the afternoon on a quick hike. One of the easier ones, figured I'd stretch the legs after the drive. I even make myself a real dinner pasta on the propane stove. It's goret compared to my usual takeout. The sun goes down, and I settle in under a blanket of stars. That's when the first noise hits. Sounded like someone tossing pebbles, but kinda bigger. I poe my head out the door flashlight beam, cutting through the night. Nothing. Maybe a deer or something, I figure, and turn back in next morning. Things get weird. I get up, make some coffee, and out the window. I spot these tracks. They ain't from no deer. I know that much. They're big, and there's only 2 like this. Whatever it was walked around on its hind legs. What the hell, I mutter, talking another look. Rear laugh, say I watch too much of that ancient astronaut junk on TV, but I can't shake this feeling. Something ain't right that day. I hike further in. Figure the big guy who left those tracks won't be wandering the crowded trails. This ain't no picnic route. Either it's a good few hours with some serious elevation. It's the type of walk that makes you kind of forget about city life for a while. While on the way back down, the sun's already dipped behind a peak. the woods. Get dim, even though it's probably only 500 p.m. Got to admire Mother Nature. She don't wait around for nobody. That's when I see it up ahead. Maybe 20 yards. Is this massive thing tall as a bear, but not shaped like one, skinny and kind of hunched over with long bony limbs. It's moving, scrabbling against a tree trunk with its back turned. My first thought is, well, damn, Riker was right about the aliens. Then my brain kicks in, and suddenly I'm thinking bears come in all sorts of weird shapes, and this one could be sick or something. So big, Hero Me creeps a little closer. Big mistake. The thing's not scrabbling at the tree trunk. It's got one arm wrapped around something small and dark. The small thing isn't moving, whatever it was. It's past moving. Adrenaline spikes through me. My hands curl into fists. Not sure if I want to throw a punch or run straight back to the camper. But then that long, spindly neck turns my way, its head. That's what makes me freeze all over. No fur. No mouth. I can see just these deep sunken pits like eyes black as the tree bark. It tilts its head. Like it ain't expecting me. Like I ain't supposed to be there. Then it makes this noise, a high-pitch screech that sends a chill down my spine. My feet unfreeze, and I'm gone like a shot. I tear down the trail, jump in roots and dodging rocks. My lungs want to burst, but I don't even slow down for a heartbeat. I burst out the trailhead, skid in on my boots. There's a couple by the parking lot, loading up their bikes. I'm too panicked to explain. So I just wave wildly at the woods, something in there. I gasp, they give me the look. You give the crazy guy, but I don't give a damn. I scrambled for the RV and slammed the door behind me. The keys are still in the ignition. Bless. My messy habits, I gun the engine and peel out of the lot all the way down the mountain road. I keep checking the rear view. I know it's stupid, that thing, whatever it was. It can't keep up with an RV, but that ain't logic talking. It's straight up fear back at Riker's place. I finally stop to think. I down 3 beers, just to calm my hands from shaking. I'm going to have to tell him I wrecked his RV. He's going to be pissed. He's going to call me A, and I'd probably deserve it. Thing is, deep down, I know he'd believe me. He'd tell me I saw a mountain lion on a bad trip, but he wouldn't laugh. We've been tight too long for that. I fire up the laptop and search for report stories. Anything, there's a lot of crazy out there, Bigfoot tings and the like, but I don't find nothing. That sounds quite like my buddy. I dig into old Native American folklore from the Yosti area. Some of those old tales are seriously creepy. Find one about a creature that walks the woods on 2 legs, lures folks, and with noises. The word next to the faded sketch sends a shiver down my spine. Skinwalker. Of course, it's all legend. Tall tale stuff has to be the idea of something like that. Something that ain't. An animal and ain't a person being real. It ain't possible. I tried to sleep on Riker's couch, but it ain't happening every time I drift off. My brain throws up the image of that dead-eyed thing. It's almost dawn before I doze off fitfully next thing. I know Riker's shaking me, awake. Hey man, the cops are. He stops, then stares at me. Jesus. You look like hell. What happened? I open my mouth and realize I don't even know where to start. The trip is all I get out before I see his eyes widen. Riker sees the RV. He sees the scratches down the side like it got caught in a fight with a giant angry cat. His jaw drops, but I wave him off. Tug him inside. Before the neighbors start asking questions. This ain't the kind of thing you explain in the street, even in broad daylight. Start talking. He demands popping down on the sofa, so I try. I tell him about the tracks, about the thing my voice gets rough when I describe the creature, the screech, the dead, whatever it was in its arms. Riker's known me since we were in diapers. He ain't the type to laugh this off. But as I talk, his brow furrows deeper, and I can see him trying to figure out some other explanation. Finally, he just shakes his head. Beer. You need a beer, man. 2 hours and 5 beers later, I'm still trying to convince him, and he's still looking at me like I'm 2 steps from the loony bin. Finally, he rubs his face. Okay. Hey, look! Even if this stuff is real, and that's a big. If we need a plan, yeah, we can't just sit here. He's right. My hands clench on the empty bottle. Tomorrow, I start my voice. Stick we go back. The next sunrise washes over the RV like nothing happened. But I know better. We ain't going for a hike. Today we got Shovel's rope. The rifle Urker keeps under his bed for emergencies. Ironic, ain't it? His emergency ain't no home intruder, it's whatever's lurking in his favorite park. Urker leads the way, rifle in hand. I ain't much for guns, but holding that shovel gives me some kind of comfort, makes me feel like I might do something if that creature shows up again, back at the spot where I saw it. The ground's churned up. There's even some stains dark and dried. They ain't something I want to look close at here. I point not into the half-eaten remains of whatever it caught. I swallow hard. I figure if it brought food here, it might be close. Urker glances around like its nest. He suggests, and my stomach does a flip. I hadn't thought of it like that, like it's home, but it fits. We spend hours combing the woods every rustle. Every snapped branch sets us on edge. We work in wide circles trying to cover as much ground as possible before dark. But as the sun dips lower, something dawns on us. Ain't a single bird or squirrel or any living thing to be seen. It's like the whole forest is holding its breath, waiting with us. I'm starting to think we're fools. We're gonna end up 2 more meals. For that thing and ain't no one even gonna know we're gone. Then we see it, one of those giant footprints clear in the soft earth. My heart thumps in my throat. It's close. I whisper fresh track too. Urker agrees, his eyes skin the trees. We need a vantage point ahead. There's a rocky outcropping, a good 20 feet climb up. We scramble the rifle slung awkwardly over Riker's shoulder from up here. We can see further into the trees. I'm scanning every shadow, looking for movement when something flickers under a big old oak. It's a shape, hunched and hidden, but it's there. My gut clenches. I choke my voice, barely above a whisper. I pointed at the tree and his gaze follows. We both see it, that smooth pale skin, the way it shifts like the creature's trying to blend in. Jesus, Urker hisses. Then his hands, steadier than mine's ever been, lifting the rifle. I want to scream at him. Tell him to wait to think, but a part of me, the part soaked in cold sweat and the memory of that dead, small body, understands. One shot rings out. It echoes in the sudden silence of the woods, then another. I watch numb as the creature jolts. Then it collapses for a long moment. It's still. And I got this wild hope that maybe it's over, then it moves again. Those long limbs twitch, scrambling against the earth. Scrabbling for the trunk of that ochre, fires once more. The thing goes still. Finally, but even from up here, even with the distance, I see it clear. Those sunken eyes rolling upwards into empty sockets. The climb down is shaky, knees wobbly as we get near. The smell hits us, rotten meat, and something worse underneath it, all is a coppery tang. That makes me want to gag. We get to the creature, and it's even uglier up close. Its skin stretched tight across bones that shut out in weird places. Its mouth, whatever it is, ain't made for smiling. Urker nudges it with the rifle barrel. Dead? He asks, voice scuff. Yeah. I nod. It's dead. But what I can say, what I maybe can even admit to myself, is that dead ain't gonna stop whatever this thing is. I learned later that the hard way. Aftermath ain't pretty the police figure. It's the work of a cult or something. They tell us stories about animal sacrifices, trying to make what we saw fit into something human. We don't argue, don't mention words like skinwalker. They wouldn't understand hell. I barely do. We let them take the body, burn it, whatever they do to make that kind of wrong disappear. They call it an unsolved case, but we know better some nights. I still see those eyes in my dreams, that hunger. I could never understand. Sometimes I wake up in a sweat, convinced that if I just listen close, I'll hear that screech again. I tried to push it down. Tell myself that whatever it was, we ended it. We took out the gray walker. That's what I ended up. Sing it. But that don't stop the shiver down my spine. Every time I walk past the stretch of woods, or the way I tense up, when I hear an unfamiliar sound, some scars, they don't fade so easy. I always say, adventure awaits those brave enough to heed its call. So when my buddy Daxton invited me on an RV trip to the remote corners of Olympic National Forest in Washington, I didn't hesitate. Hell yeah, I said. See, I live by a code. No job, no significant other, no roots. Just this 40-foot rolling home and me, chasing the unknown, ready to face whatever lurks at the end of the next dirt road. Daxton shares my wanderlust, and together we set off. I took my RV, he took his Jeep. Our planned meeting spot, Elorn Campground. A rustic little place, nestled deep within towering pines, promising a rare solitude. I arrived a few days early, eager to escape into the wild. The air was crisp, the forest vast, and I reveled in the sweet feeling of living on my own terms. I work remotely, taking graphic design gigs wherever I can, a true digital nomad. It's not glamorous, but it funds this wild existence. Days drifted by, slow and peaceful, the kind of days only the backwoods offer. Fireside coffee, starlit skies, the soothing roar of a nearby river. Daxton was due to arrive soon, but by the time night fell, there was no sign of him. Typical Daxton, always running on his own time. I figured he'd have some quirky excuse, a busted Jeep part or something, but I didn't mind. More time for me to soak in the silence. But then night turned into the deepest of dusks, and still, nothing. This was strange. There was barely any service, but his last text had said he was on schedule. A knot of unease twisted in my stomach. I called his name into the void of the trees. Nothing. An eerie silence answered, deeper than the forest should allow. He's probably just stuck with the Jeep, I muttered to myself, trying to quell the growing worry. But a sinking feeling gnawed at me. Something wasn't right. The next morning, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly off. I decided to get out and explore. Clear my head, maybe find Daxton tinkering with his Jeep somewhere. I grabbed my pack, granola bars, water, the usual, safety first, always. But I felt stupid for not sharing that mantra with Daxton. Even the best of us make mistakes in these woods. The air was thick and cool as I ventured deeper into the forest. My boots crunched rhythmically against the pine needles as I fell into the familiar rhythm of a lone hiker. That's when it hit me. The smell. A thick, rotting stench that pierced the crisp air. It was unmistakable. My gut twisted in recognition. It wasn't just the smell of death. It was the smell of something that had died badly. A chill crawled up my spine, and my heart raced. My eyes scanned the undergrowth, expecting to find the carcass of a deer or maybe an elk. Instead, I found Daxton's Jeep, twisted, mangled, like something enormous had crushed it beneath its claws. Windows shattered, doors hanging off their hinges. Blood. So much blood. My throat went dry. I could barely breathe. Daxton, I croaked, stepping forward. My legs felt weak, but I couldn't stop moving. Where the hell was he? And then I saw it. A piece of his flannel shirt caught on a branch, torn, stained dark with blood. I reached for it, my hand trembling, and the reality hit me like a punch to the gut. Something violent had happened here. Something terrible. That's when I heard it. A low, guttural growl. My blood froze. I spun, my heart hammering in my chest. It came from the dense shadows beyond the wrecked Jeep. The growl wasn't an animal's, it was something. Other. Survival instincts, honed over years of solo hikes, kicked in without thought. I didn't hesitate. I bolted. Branches lashed at my face as I ran, fear pulsing through me, a surge of primal adrenaline that only intensified as I heard it. Footsteps. Crunching, heavy footsteps, too purposeful to be a bear or any other predator. These things were hunting me. I burst into a clearing, my RV in sight. Salvation. I sprinted toward it, fumbling for my keys. My heart pounded in my ears, and just as I slammed the door shut behind me, I heard it. A deafening crash, the RV shuddering as something massive slammed into its side. I yelped, my fingers trembling as I threw the engine into gear, lurching the RV forward. I caught a glimpse of it in the back window. The thing. It was massive, a bipedal creature covered in dark, matted fur. It reared up on its hind legs, claws sharp as knives, slashing the air where I'd just been. Its eyes burned with a fury that made my skin crawl. A roar, inhuman, ripped through the air, a terrifying mix of animal and something darker, something older. I floored the gas pedal. The RV tore through the woods, branches scraping at the windows as those creatures, no, those things, followed. Their guttural growls chasing me, a pack of monsters too intelligent, too organized to be anything natural. My mind raced in a frenzy. Those things had killed Daxton. I couldn't outrun them, not in this RV. I needed a better plan, fast. That's when it hit me. The river. If I could make it to the water, maybe, just maybe, I could lose them. The woods blurred around me as I raced toward the riverbank, every jolt of the RV threatening to send it off course. Ahead, I saw the break in the trees, the gleam of rushing water. I slammed the brakes, the RV skidding sideways, but I didn't wait to see if it would stop. I was out the door before it even came to a full halt. I flew through the undergrowth, my backpack bouncing wildly until I reached the riverbank. Don't stop. Don't look back. I dove into the icy current, the shock seizing my body as the frigid water clawed at my limbs. The river fought me every step of the way. Behind me, the sound of breaking branches, of growls, of snarls. The pack wasn't far. I pushed myself harder, my lungs burning, the taste of copper and fear thick in my mouth. I scrambled onto the other bank, collapsing onto the rocky shore in a heap. And then, a miracle. A silhouette. A ranger, his rifle aimed at the trees. "Get down!" he shouted. I didn't question. I hit the ground, my heart pounding in my ears. Gunshots rang out, a hideous, inhuman screech. Not animal. Not anything I had ever heard. The ranger fired again, then another scream, muffled this time, like it was retreating. The ranger lowered his rifle, his face hard, grim. He approached me, steady. "You all right?" I nodded, barely able to stand. "There are things in those woods," I stammered, "things that killed my friend." The ranger didn't flinch. His voice was low, almost reverent, as he muttered, "Skinwalkers." My blood went cold. Skinwalkers. The ancient, terrifying legends of the forest. My mind raced. The mangled jeep, the blood, the growls, the eyes. It all clicked. But no one believed me. No one wanted to. I was labeled as a man who'd had a psychotic episode after finding my friend's mangled remains. No proof. No creatures. Just me, raving about monsters in the dark. But part of me wishes they'd captured one of those things. To validate my terror. To prove I wasn't insane. But another part of me, the part that remembers those eyes, burning with fury in the darkness, is relieved. Let the world think I'm crazy. Let those creatures remain myths, legends whispered around campfires, rather than the monsters they truly are. I left the RV life behind. I left the Olympic National Forest. Cities felt safer, crowded, anonymous, but the memories linger. Every night I dream of the crashing branches, the snarling growls, and the stench of death that I barely escaped. And I know, deep in my bones, they're still out there. Waiting, watching. My name is Abel Lynn, and I'm a cop in Willow Creek, a place where silence is a luxury. It's the kind of town where people wave politely from across the street, exchange pleasantries about the price of milk, and settle into routines so predictable they almost lull you into a false sense of safety. I've been patrolling these woods for a decade, married to the job more than anything else. Funny, though, there's a rusty old ring I still keep in my drawer. It was meant to remind me of something I tried to hold on to. Divorce does that to you. Makes you question why you bother at all. Willow Creek doesn't see excitement, at least not of the kind that shakes you to your core. A cow escaping the Mallister farm, or the odd dispute at the county fair. That's about as intense as it gets. But then, last summer, something changed. Something awful. Something that still keeps me awake at night. It started with Mrs. Murdoch, a sweet, kind woman who baked cookies for the kids, always with a warm smile and a generous heart. But one Thursday night, she didn't show up for her bridge game. Her friends grew frantic, and we did what we always do. Knocked on doors, peeked through windows. Nothing. A few days later, her mutilated body was found behind her house, torn apart in ways I can't even bring myself to describe. The cuts were jagged, like something out of a nightmare. At first, we thought it was an animal. But deep down, we all knew better. No animal, wild or otherwise, could do that. Then Ricky Hughes disappeared, a teenager, full of life, who had been hanging out by the creek with his friends. One minute he was there laughing, and the next, he was gone. His friends swore they saw him moments before he vanished into thin air. We combed the woods for days, finding nothing, just the same eerie silence that had become the town's new soundtrack. After that, things unraveled fast. An old man named Carl Jenkins went missing, a young mother, Lisa Thompson, and even one of our own, Officer Dan Wilson. Each disappearance followed the same horrifying pattern. No struggle, no sign of a fight, just gone, vanished into the night. It was during those long, sleepless nights that my partner, Ed Malone, and I worked our way through whatever little evidence we had. No leads, no answers. It felt like we were chasing shadows. Then, one night, things got darker. We were parked by the diner, the bitter sting of Betty's awful coffee still fresh in our mouths, when the call came in. Heather Dunn was frantic. Someone was trying to break into her house. Ed and I didn't waste a second. Lights on, but no sirens. We couldn't risk tipping whoever it was off. Heather's house was an old Victorian on Elm Street. Too many rooms, too many corners for comfort. We pulled up to a deathly quiet scene. She was trembling, pointing toward the back of the house. "I swear," she whispered, "someone's out there. I heard footsteps, then scratching at the door." Ed went to the back while I stayed with her, trying to calm her down. He came back minutes later, shaking his head. Nothing. But the back door, it's scratched up like nothing I've ever seen. Heather couldn't bring herself to sleep in her own house that night. She stayed with a friend, and we made our rounds. But by the time the patrol ended, the thing, whatever it was, had vanished again, like smoke. Weeks passed, and the disappearances didn't stop. A relentless, suffocating sense of dread hung over the town. And then, one night, it happened. Ed and I were out on another late patrol when we saw something up ahead. At first, I thought it was a deer standing in the middle of the road. But as we got closer, my stomach twisted in a knot. It wasn't a deer. It was a man, tall, gaunt, his clothes tattered like they had been through hell. His eyes, Jesus, those eyes, they were empty. Black pits, no trace of humanity, just pure, unadulterated madness. We stopped the car. I got out, hand on my gun. "Sir, are you all right?" I called, my voice tight, trying to keep calm. He didn't respond, just stood there, staring at me with those hollow eyes. Then, without warning, he lunged at me. I barely had time to react, but I fired. 1 shot. 2. He went down. But it was like the bullets didn't even faze him. He got up faster than any human should, like something out of a nightmare. Ed tackled him, and together we subdued him and threw him in the back of the car. When we got him to the station, we found out his name was Jacob. He'd been missing for months, presumed dead. We tried to question him, but all he muttered was about the darkness and the hunger. None of it made sense. Then, in the dead of night, he escaped. Somehow, he broke his handcuffs and overpowered the guard on duty. When we got to the station, all we found was blood and his cell door wide open. Jacob was gone. And that was the tipping point. The darkness he spoke of? It wasn't some metaphor. It was real. The disappearances intensified. More people, no answers, no relief. We brought in outside help, but even they couldn't make sense of it. It was like we were facing something older, something that defied every law of nature and reason. One evening, Heather called. Her voice was so terrified it sent a chill straight through my bones. Jacob. He was outside her house again. We rushed over. But by the time we arrived, he was gone. Heather was shaking, convinced that the nightmare was far from over. We decided to stay with her that night, taking shifts to keep watch. At 2 a.m., as I sat in the living room trying to stay awake, I heard it. The faintest sound, like footsteps on gravel. My blood ran cold. I grabbed my flashlight and went to the window. At first, nothing. Then I saw it. Movement near the tree line. I stepped outside, my heart pounding in my chest. It felt wrong, like the very air around me was thick with dread. My voice barely made it past my lips. Jacob, show yourself. The rustling came again. Then out of the darkness he stepped forward. His face, Jesus Christ, was a hollow mask of skin and bone. His eyes were still those same black voids. Why? I asked, keeping my distance. Why are you doing this? He didn't answer. Instead, he lunged, faster than before. I barely had time to pull my gun and fire. The shots hit, but he didn't fall. He kept coming. It was like he was possessed by something beyond understanding. Ed ran out, and together we managed to subdue him once more. This time we drove him to a facility outside town, hoping they could make sense of what was happening to him. But the disappearances didn't stop. The town began to empty. People left in droves, too scared to stay. Those of us who remained were haunted by the absence of those we'd lost, and by the knowledge that whatever had taken them was still out there, somewhere. Lurking. Then one night it was Heather again. I answered the phone, her voice a trembling whisper. He's back. I rushed to her house, and there he was, Jacob, standing at the edge of the woods. He looked worse than ever, barely clinging to life. Heather was terrified. He keeps coming back. I nodded, my mind racing. I didn't know how or why, but I knew we had to stop him. Once and for all. Ed and I ventured into the woods that night, armed and ready. We found Jacob near an abandoned cabin, his eyes void of any humanity. His presence was suffocating. What do you want? I demanded, my gun trained on him. His response? A whisper that could barely be heard. I'm sorry. I can't control it. Before we could react, he lunged again. This time, we were ready. We fired. He went down, but not before he grabbed Ed and dragged him to the ground. Run, Abel, Ed screamed. I hesitated for a moment, torn between saving my partner and saving myself. But in the end, I turned and ran. I didn't look back. I couldn't. When I reached Heather's house, I told her everything, and we both knew. It was over, but the fear would never leave. The disappearances stopped, but the town never recovered. We never found Ed. We never found Jacob. It was like they'd just vanished into thin air. Heather and I grew close. We clung to each other, the shared horror of that summer, an unspoken bond between us. The town became a ghost town, and those who stayed lived in a constant state of terror, forever watching the shadows, knowing that something, somewhere, was waiting to return. I still patrol Willow Creek, every night, because I know deep down that the darkness is still out there, watching, waiting, and I'll be ready, always. The desert had always been a place of stark clarity, an empty expanse where silence was absolute, broken only by the wind's cruel whispers and the slow, relentless erosion of stone. I thought that's what I needed. The desert. The emptiness. Chiha National Monument seemed like a place to escape from the suffocating weight of grief that had pressed down on me ever since my sister's death. But maybe I wasn't seeking solitude. Maybe I was just running. Echo Canyon lay at the far edge of everything, far beyond civilization, where the world felt as though it had forgotten me. I parked my RV near a cluster of towering hoodoos, their jagged, unnatural shapes rising like ancient sentinels from the earth. The rocks twisted and contorted, weathered by centuries of wind and rain, their silhouettes stretched like grotesque shadows across the land as the sun began to sink. The campsite seemed isolated, peaceful even. But there was something wrong about it, something suffocating in the air. The silence wasn't peaceful. It felt thick, like a presence that was waiting, watching. That first night, the stars shone bright above and the air was cool, but the wind twisted unnaturally through the hoodoos, carrying whispers, shifting broken murmurs that crawled into my ears and sent a chill down my spine. It felt wrong. It felt deliberate. I told myself it was nothing, just the acoustics of the canyon playing tricks on my mind. But as the night deepened, the whispers grew louder, more insistent. They began to sound like words. Words in a language I couldn't understand. When I strained to hear, they stopped, as if they were aware I was listening. I locked myself inside the RV, pulling the curtains tight and bolting the door, but the whispers didn't stop. They drifted beneath the threshold of hearing, constant like a low hum, seeping into the very air I breathed. Sleep came in jagged, terrifying fragments, visions of dark shapes moving between the rocks, their eyes glowing in the darkness. The sun rose the next day, relentless and hot, casting harsh shadows that seemed to stretch longer with each passing minute. I forced myself to leave the RV, to push through the unsettling feeling that had begun to gnaw at me. The trail led to a dry creek bed, its pale stones scoured by centuries of erosion. Etched into the stones were symbols, strange, cryptic markings that felt both ancient and wrong. Circles, spirals, jagged lines. I knelt, my fingers trembling as I traced the patterns. The air around me seemed to hum, vibrating with an almost electric tension. Suddenly, a wail echoed from the canyon. It was a low, mournful cry that swelled into a keening scream. It wasn't human. It was close, yet not. The sound ricocheted off the rocks, filling the space with a terrifying vitality that seemed to come from the earth itself. The very ground beneath me vibrated with the scream, and for a moment I thought I might collapse into it, swallowed whole by the canyon. I stumbled backward, a scream dying in my throat, as I felt an unshakable presence. Something was watching me from the shadows. That night, when I returned to the RV, I found deep, jagged scratches gouged into the sides of it. They weren't there before. I ran my fingers over the marks, my breath quickening. Someone had been here. And as I stood there, the whispers began again, sharper, clearer this time, curling around me like a noose. My flashlight flickered, casting jittery beams into the darkness. Nothing moved. But the shadows seemed alive. Then I saw her. She stood at the edge of the creek bed, barely a silhouette against the pale moonlight. A figure, dressed in white, her long hair obscuring her face. Her body trembled, as if racked by silent sobs, and a cold dread settled deep in my bones. Every instinct screamed for me to run, but my legs moved without my command, pulling me toward her, drawn by something I didn't understand. "Are you okay?" My voice cracked, hoarse and desperate. She didn't answer. She didn't move. Her body swayed in the windless night, her sobs hanging in the air like an omen. The flashlight flickered again, and when it steadied, she was gone. The silence that remained was heavier than any sound could be, pressing down on my chest. That night, I dreamed of her. In the dream, I stood in the creek bed, and she was there beside me. Her face remained hidden, but her sobs, her cries, ripped through the still air. I reached for her, but the ground beneath me gave way, collapsing into a yawning abyss. Black water surged up, dragging me under. Her hands, skeletal, cold as death, grabbed at me, pulling me deeper, and the cries became screams, her voice and my sister's, twisting together into an agonizing symphony. I awoke with a jolt, gasping for air, soaked in sweat, my heart pounding. The RV was freezing cold. The heater was dead. The silence inside the RV was suffocating. My journal lay open on the table, the pages trembling in the faint breeze. And across the paper were jagged, frantic words. "Why didn't you save her?" They were not my words. They were the words of guilt, sharp and bitter, that had consumed me since my sister's death. By the third night, the figure in white had become a constant presence. She lingered at the edge of my campsite, always closer, always watching. Her sobs filled the canyon, mingling with the now familiar whispers that carried my voice, my sister's, in a dissonant chorus that seemed to grow louder with each passing hour. The scratches on the RV deepened, and the air felt thick, oppressive, as if the canyon itself was holding its breath. I couldn't run. Not from her. Not from the guilt that had twisted my heart into a dark, aching knot. Clutching the bracelet my sister had given me, her final gift, the only thing of hers I'd kept, I stumbled into the canyon, following the whispers, the cries, toward the creek bed. The wind was sharp, colder now, carrying the sound of her sobbing, growing into a storm. She appeared before me, standing in the shadows, her white figure like a ghost. Her hair lifted, though there was no wind, and then, for the first time, I saw her face, a hollow, skeletal visage, her eyes burning with agony and rage. She screamed, and the world seemed to shake beneath me. I fell to my knees, the weight of the moment crashing over me. "I'm sorry," I whispered through broken sobs. "I'm sorry I couldn't save her." The scream faltered, and everything stilled. The wind died. The whispers fell into a suffocating silence. Slowly, she reached for the bracelet, her hands skeletal, her fingers brittle as bone. A single tear fell from her hollow eye, and then she vanished, dissolving into the wind, scattering like ash. I stumbled back to the RV, my legs weak. The scratches were gone. The heater hummed back to life as though nothing had happened. But the bracelet was gone, left behind in the creek bed as a final offering. The next morning, I drove away, my heart light for the first time in months. But in the rearview mirror, as I turned the corner, I caught a fleeting glimpse of her, standing alone among the hoodoos watching me leave. Her figure in white, an eternal sentinel, waiting. And for the first time since my sister's death, the weight lifted. The air cleared. I could breathe. I spent last July exploring the rugged beauty of Utah on my annual solo RV road trip. People are always skeptical. When I tell them I go alone, they don't get it. See, I don't just sit around the campsite, I'm out there, hiking, off-roading, getting off the grid solitude. You know, that's what fuels my soul. My name's Ryland. By the way, this particular trip I decided to head out towards Goblin Valley State Park. It's this remote spot with thousands of bizarre sandstone formations. They call them Hoodo, kind of look like goblins figured. It would be perfect for a few days of scrambling and snapping photos. I stocked up on supplies in the small town of Green River, got myself a campsite nestled amongst the rocks, and set out to explore for the first couple days. It was pure bliss sunshine, crazy, rock formations. Not a single person around. You get that kind of quiet out there. That perfect silence, and your own head can get a little noisy in the best way. I started seeing shapes in the rocks playing tricks. On my own mind at night, though, that's when things got kind of weird. The second night I was just finishing dinner when I heard this noise, a sort of rustling no more like scraping. Now, I'm used to the desert at night. Every critter makes its sound, from the wind to the bugs to the occasional coyote. This was different. Something big like something was circling my RV. Whatever it was, it had enough weight to jostle the whole. Damn thing. "Hey, cut that out," I shouted, man. I sounded tough for talking to empty desert air silence. Then it started up again, closer this time. That's when I made my first mistake. I yanked open the door and blasted my flashlight into the darkness. It caught nothing but red sand and twisted rock, probably just a coué. I tried to convince myself, slamming the door shut hard. Pounding sleep didn't come easy. That night. Let me tell you, my mind was on overload and every rustle of leaves had me clutching my boot knife. The next morning I got up with the sunrise, determined to shake off the jitters, but as I stepped outside I saw huge scrapes in the sand. All around my RV, like something with serious claws had been pacing. It gave me the creeps, but I figured, hey, desert is full of weird critters. I spent the day hiking my boot knife still in hand just in case by the third night. I was a ball of nerves. I wasn't even trying to sleep anymore sitting. There alert, sipping, cold, instant coffee, and staring into the moonlit desert. That's when I saw it, just a flash of something tall, lanky, with eyes that reflected the moonlight. Yellow, green, couldn't quite make it out. I didn't even blink. It was gone in a second. The second I saw it. The sound started that horrible, scraping and skittering all around. I grabbed my rifle, which I usually keep locked in the back, and aimed it out the window. I know I should have called the ranger or something, but in the moment, all I could think about was defending myself, hard pounding. I peered through the scope, trying to get a clear look at what the hell was out there, and that's when I saw it properly. It was huge, at least 7 feet tall, hunched over with these long, spindly limbs. Its skin was dark, almost scaly, and the head, well, the head was all wrong, elongated with an almost goat-like snout, huge, sharp teeth, and those glowing eyes. The thing didn't look like anything I'd ever seen before. Not a cougar, not a bear, nothing natural. It was just staring at me, head cocked like it was confused. It let out this low gutto growl, and the sound vibrated through the walls of the RV. Terror jolted. Through me, I squeezed off a shot, just blindly towards the noise. I heard a sickening thud, followed by a shriek that chilled me to my core. The skittering stopped immediately. Silence, total silence. I didn't sleep that night either at first light. I got the hell out of there, packed up camp in record time hard, hammering against my ribs as I drove away. I glanced in the rear view, mirror half expecting to see that creature chasing after me, but all I saw was red dust and twisted rock stretching into the distance. I never went to the cops or rangers. I mean, what would I even say that I got chased out of the desert by some goblin thing? Yeah, they'd have locked me up for sure. Since then, I've had nightmares. Not just nightmares, but this feeling, like I'm being watched even in the city back in my apartment. I get the Setchus looking out the window. I know it sounds crazy, but I swear that thing followed me home a couple of weeks ago. I thought I saw it out of the corner of my eye, hunched over in the alleyway, next to my building. It was gone when I looked again, of course, but that doesn't make it feel any less real. And then there was last night. I woke up to the sound of scraping right outside my bedroom window. The window that looks out over the fire escape, the scraping outside my window tore me out of that half-asleep, half-terrorized state I'd been living in. I leaped out of bed, adrenaline surging so hard. I could hear my own pulse roaring in my ears. One thought pounded in my head. I got to do something. I crept to the window, heart thumping, all quiet outside my dingy apartment. Just the occasional car passing by, below the streetlights, casting long, weird shadows. I didn't see anything, but I knew it was there. I could feel it, a prickling sensation on my skin. The rest of that night was a blur. I stayed up until sunrise coffee, my only companion. As the pale morning light streamed in, the terror started to ee away, replaced by a cold, hard determination. This had to end. I needed to figure out what the hell I was dealing with. That meant one thing: getting back out to Goblin Valley. I know it sounds nuts. Go back to the place where I almost got eaten by a weird desert monster. But something was pulling me back there, like I wouldn't get any peace until I went back and faced this thing. I spent the next day packing all my gear, loading up my rifle with silver bullets. Hey, you gotta try everything right, and prepping my RV to hit the road. I called my best buddy Caden and told him a watered-down version of what happened. He tried to talk me out of it, but in the end he knew I wouldn't listen. Dude's got my back like that, plus I figured it couldn't hurt to have some backup. The drive to Utah was the longest of my life. Every rustle of the wind, every shadow had me jumping, but beneath the fear there was that simmering rage. I wasn't just some victim. I was going to figure this out, even if it killed me. I set up my RV in the same spot in Goblin Valley that first night back was tense. Caden, bless him, didn't poke fun at my paranoia. He just set about making a fire and kept talking rambling nonsense about his last fishing trip. Having another person there brought some comfort, but I could tell his nerves were afay too. And then the scraping started. Caden heard it too. His face went pale. We hunkered down in the ARV weapons at the ready. I flicked on my flashlight and aimed it out the window, but there was nothing there. That's when I saw it, a single huge footprint pressed into the sand, bigger than any human foot, with deep claw marks. The next few days were about gathering evidence. We scoured the area in broad daylight, taking photos of the footprints, looking for any sign of our nocturnal stalker. Caden got his drone up in the air to get a better view. What we eventually found sent chills down my spine. There were signs of a struggle, not far off, rocks overturned, splattered with an old brown stain. I didn't want to identify, and more of those huge footprints. We even found some tattered scraps of fabric, looked like someone's unlucky hiking gear Maybe we should just call the cops K. Caden said, face pinched with a mix of dread and concern. They're not going to believe us. I snapped back. I knew I was being harsh, but damn it, we were so close to an answer. Just trust me a little longer. The next night we had a plan. We rigged up motion, sensor lights, all around the RV, got the cameras set up and hunkered down. Caden kept throwing me worried looks. He really didn't like the idea of being bait, but we had to try. The waiting was almost worse than the fear. Every sound made us jump. Then, just after midnight, it came the motion. Sensors flared to life, blinding flashes cutting through the darkness. Something was out there. My rifle felt like a ton weight in my hands as I peered through the scope there. It was in clear view. It stood on its hind legs, easily as tall as a man, its clawed feet dug into the sand, its long, endless fingers ending in razor-sharp points. The head was still the worst part, all twisted angles and predatory hunger. It tilted its head, staring right at us. Those eyes, they burned in the darkness, an eerie shade of phosphorescent green. It knows we can see it. Caden said, his voice a thin whisper. That's when the creature charged. It moved with unnatural speed, like someone had hit fast forward. The RV shook with the force of its impact. The lights flickered and died, plunging us into darkness. I fired off shots blindly, Caden screamed. It was absolute chaos. Just as I thought it was breaking and the noises suddenly stopped. There was just silence, shaking. I fumbled for the flashlight when I flicked it on. That nightmare creature was gone. We waited until dawn to creep out of the RV. That's when we found the carnage. The side of the RV was torn open, like a can. The metal twisted and shredded. Deep, raking claw marks covered the sand, and there was a trail of dark blood leading away off into the desert. We got it. Caden breathed his eyes wide. We actually got it in the following days. We reported the whole thing. Well, the sanitized version, missing hiker, possible animal attack, blah blah blah. It turns out that other guy, whose stuff we found had been reported missing a week prior. The Rangers looked at me and Caden like we were crazy, but it didn't matter. We'd survived, and maybe that thing out there wasn't long for this world. We still don't know exactly what it was. Some new cryptid, a twisted legend come to life. Maybe part of me doesn't want to know. I just started calling it the Skinner on account of its claws and that scraping sound. I don't go off-road alone anymore. My solo trips are now to crowded national parks, even if the peace and quiet ain't the same. It's a small price to pay, I figure. As for Caden, well, let's just say his fishing trips are the most well-armed fishing trips in history. Gotta love a friend like that. The desert has a peculiar way of rearranging your thoughts. It strips you bare, unravels the tightly wound threads of your mind, and exposes the raw nerves of your deepest fears and desires. It doesn't just change what you think, it changes how you think. That's why I came to Death Valley. The promise of vast, unending silence where the noise of my crumbling life and the chaos in my mind could finally dissolve. My name is Evan Thomas, and until recently, I had lived tethered to dual monitors, endless lines of code, and the constant ping of urgent emails. My life was consumed by the grind, by the constant demands of work, until the day Mia left. It felt like I lost an anchor, as if the earth itself had ripped from beneath my feet, and all that remained was emptiness. The migraines started not long after, sharp, blinding, and relentless. They blurred the line between reality and something else, something darker. That's when I decided to disconnect. To really disconnect. I chose my 1980s-era RV for the journey. I called it the Voyager, a fitting name, I thought, for my journey into solitude, into a place where I could disappear. No distractions, no memories, no pain. As I drove into the heart of Death Valley, the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink. The beauty of it nearly stole my breath, momentarily locking my inner turmoil in place. But only for a moment. My first night was spent near Furnace Creek, the area abandoned, a perfect reflection of my fractured mind. I managed a small fire, the flames flickering against the darkness. I sat under the vast sky, letting the silence suffocate me. That's when the weirdness began. The old radio in the Voyager, a relic from another time, crackled to life. It was supposed to be for show, a useless piece of nostalgia. But suddenly, a voice, calm, too calm, spoke through the static. The words echoed through the RV's thin walls. "Come to the crossroads, Evan. Come tonight." I froze. My heart pounded in my chest, a cold sweat prickling at my skin. I rubbed my temples, trying to dismiss it as a stress-induced hallucination. I'd been pushing myself too hard. But when I tried to sleep, the voice haunted the edges of my dreams, a soft, repetitive whisper that curled around the darkness like a snake. Come to the crossroads. Evan, come tonight. The next day I tried to ignore it, to push it aside. I hiked up one of the park's easier trails, desperate for some distraction. But that's when I saw him. The figure. He stood in the distance, just a dark shape against the barren landscape. At first I thought it was a mirage, but as I blinked, he seemed to be closer. I rubbed my eyes, my heart beginning to race. Every time I looked away, then back, he was nearer still. I approached, but when I got close, he vanished. Come to the crossroads, Evan. Come tonight. The voice was back, carried by the wind, a whisper that slithered into my mind. I tried to shake it off, but the air around me seemed to grow heavier, the silence oppressive. By the time I returned to the Voyager, night had already claimed the desert. I couldn't ignore it anymore. I had to confront whatever was calling to me. I couldn't live with these hallucinations any longer. I climbed into the RV and drove under the dying light, my headlights cutting through the encroaching darkness. The radio crackled once more, the voice now oddly comforting in the suffocating black. You're close, Evan. Don't turn back. I didn't. I couldn't. The gravel crunched beneath the Voyager's tires as I reached the crossroads. The desert was still. The air was thick, heavy with something I couldn't name. I parked and stepped out into the biting cold of the night. The silence pressed in on me like a vice. And then, there, standing in the center of the crossroads, was the figure. He was no longer just a silhouette. He was real. He was both old and ageless, his face a blend of time itself, a reflection of everything I had tried to escape. His eyes, though, they were my eyes, the same ones that stared back at me in the mirror every morning. Why am I here? I asked, my voice small, trembling. To confront what you've been avoiding, Evan, he said. His voice wasn't just a voice. It was the desert itself, 1,000 whispers carried on the wind. Your past, your pain, your reality. A surge of anger flooded me. You're not real. You're just a figment of my broken mind. Am I? He stepped closer, his form shifting with the air, blending with the night around us. Or am I here to show you what's buried deep inside? To help you face it so you can move forward? His words cut through me like a knife, the weight of them nearly crushing me. The desert, the night, the stillness. Everything seemed to pulse with the echo of his words. We stood there, suspended between time, between reality and madness. The crossroads had become a place where everything I had tried to outrun was now staring me in the face. He began to fade, dissolving into the night like smoke. Remember, Evan, healing begins when you accept the journey, no matter how hard it may be. I woke the next morning with the first rays of sunlight casting a soft, golden glow over the desert. The figure was gone. The radio was silent. But something inside me had shifted. A subtle realignment of my thoughts, my fears, my very understanding of what had happened to me. I packed up the Voyager, and as I drove away, I looked at the desert differently. It was no longer just an empty wasteland. It was a place where I had faced myself, where I had started to mend. The road ahead was uncertain. There would be more crossroads, more decisions to face. But for the first time in a long time, I felt ready to meet them. Last July, I embarked on my annual solo RV trip across Utah, chasing the rugged beauty of Zion National Park, Bryce Canyon, and anywhere else my whims led. There's something sacred about solitude, the kind that comes when it's just you and miles of wilderness. My trusty RV, Penelope, was more fortress than vehicle. Plush bed, Wi-Fi, and all the comforts of home. I never needed to rough it unless I chose to. After ticking off the well-known parks, I craved something more remote, untamed. At a tiny antique store in Springdale, I found an old, brittle map. The faded X marked a place called Hell's Rise. The name was irresistible. It took 3 days of bone-jarring roads and swearing at every pothole before I found the trailhead. When I stepped out of Penelope, silence enveloped me. Not the comforting quiet of a soft breeze or distant birdsong. This was oppressive, heavy, like the earth itself held its breath. A shiver crept down my spine, but I pushed it aside. I wasn't a man to turn back from a challenge. My name's Ezekiel Thatcher, and I've never been a quitter. The trail climbed relentlessly. Hours passed, nothing but jagged rocks, stunted trees, and the brutal sun bearing down. I paused for water, savoring the cold relief, when I heard it, a rustling. Faint at first, like the whisper of wind, but then it grew, heavier, deliberate. Instinct locked me in place. It wasn't a deer or some small animal. This sound had weight, purpose. My pulse hammered as I scanned the underbrush. Then I saw them. Eyes, human-like but impossibly large, gleaming faintly in the dim light. They blinked, unhurried, as if studying me. The thing stepped into view. It was tall, its proportions grotesquely wrong. Arms too long, legs too spindly, its torso unnervingly thin. Its skin was leathery, mottled gray and brown, stretched tight over jutting bones. But its face was a nightmare. The jaw hung open, dislocated, revealing rows of needle-like, yellowed teeth. It wasn't just the sight that sent waves of nausea through me, it was the sound, the wet, sucking rasp of its breath. I ran. I didn't think. My legs moved on sheer instinct, my boots pounding the dirt as branches whipped my face. My mind screamed one thought: get to Penelope. She was my fortress, my salvation. A crack like a tree snapping behind me froze my blood. I risked a glance back. The creature wasn't running, it bounded, each lurching leap covering the distance between us with horrifying ease. I pushed harder, lungs burning, heart threatening to burst. But panic had steered me off the trail. The forest closed in, an endless maze of shadows. Then, up ahead, a break in the trees. A clearing, or so I thought. I burst out of the foliage and skidded to a halt. It wasn't a clearing. It was a cliff, a sheer, dizzying drop into nothingness. Behind me, the creature emerged, its slack jaw opening impossibly wider, the wet rasp of its breath now a guttural growl. I stepped back, toes at the edge, loose rocks tumbling into the abyss. Desperation clawed at me. My pocket knife lay forgotten in my hand, its meager blade laughable against this horror. The creature advanced, slow and deliberate, savoring the moment. Its stench, rotting meat and decay, made bile rise in my throat. Its eyes locked on mine, and for a second I swear it smiled. I screamed, not out of courage, but raw, primal terror. My voice echoed into the void. And then, cutting through the madness, came two distant shouts. Human voices. The creature stopped mid-stride. Its head jerked toward the sound, those huge eyes narrowing with something like confusion. From the forest below, two figures emerged. Hikers. A middle-aged couple waving their arms and calling out. The creature hesitated. It shifted its gaze between me and the hikers. Then, in a fluid, alien motion, it turned and vanished into the shadows, its loping bounds carrying it far faster than should have been possible. I collapsed to my knees, trembling as the couple rushed toward me. The woman's voice was frantic. "Are you okay?" I tried to explain through gasps, gesturing toward the trees. The man, a wiry fellow with a patchy beard, handed me his canteen. "Must have been a mountain lion," he said, his tone placating. I didn't argue. Explaining the creature, the way it moved, the way it looked, would only make me sound insane. Hours later, we reached Penelope. I almost wept when I saw her, solid and safe. But as I approached, my breath caught. Deep, jagged claw marks marred her side, the gouges too large for any mountain lion. I sold Penelope a few months later. People ask why I don't explore the backcountry anymore. I tell them it's safer to stick to well-trodden paths. But the truth? I can't forget those eyes. Late one night, scouring the internet, I stumbled across an obscure Native American legend. It spoke of the Hoa, a cursed hunter, twisted by its insatiable hunger, doomed to wander and stalk the unwary. It sounded about right. Whatever I saw on Hell's Rise, it's out there still, waiting, in the places we were never meant to tread. The Black Canyon of the Gunnison was unlike any place I'd ever known. A jagged, gaping wound in the earth, its cliffs rising like fractured bones clawing at the sky. Below, the Gunnison River howled, its relentless roar reverberating through the air like a dirge for the damned. It wasn't the kind of place that welcomed visitors. It was the kind of place that devoured them. That was exactly why I chose it. The RV groaned as I parked near the canyon's rim, a precarious perch overlooking the abyss. The view was both magnificent and suffocating, the shadows of the setting sun sinking into the gorge like a spreading stain. I had no intention of relaxing here. I came to escape, maybe from the world, maybe from myself. By nightfall, the wind had picked up, clawing at the RV like a restless beast. Inside, the silence felt alive, pulsing with an unseen rhythm. I busied myself with my climbing gear, rope, harness, first aid kit, familiar tools, a relic of my old life in search and rescue, tools I once trusted with my life. But even the best tools couldn't prevent some falls. As I lay in the narrow bunk, the sound of the river droned in my ears, a guttural growl that never seemed to let up. I'd read about the canyon's acoustics, how the cliffs twisted and warped sound. People said you could hear whispers, voices, things that weren't there. I told myself it was just folklore, a trick of nature, until I heard her. Mark. Her voice cut through the night like a blade, freezing my breath in my chest. I sat up, heart hammering. It wasn't just a voice. It was her voice. Anna's voice. The next morning I stumbled into the visitor center, shaken but determined to anchor myself in reality. That's where I met Elena Price, the park ranger. She was sharp-eyed and steady, the kind of person who seemed unshakable. "Planning to climb?" she asked, nodding at my gear. "Yeah," I said, trying to sound casual. Her gaze darkened. "Be careful. The canyon plays tricks. People hear things, see things." I forced a laugh. "You believe that?" She didn't smile. "I've seen enough to know the canyon isn't just rock and water. Stay on the trails. If you hear anything, turn back." I didn't listen. By midday, I was deep in the canyon, the oppressive walls rising higher with every step. The air grew colder, heavier, as if the gorge itself was closing in. The river roared louder, but beneath it, I heard something else. A hum. Rhythmic. breathing. I froze when I saw the footprints, fresh, impossibly large, leading off the trail. They ended abruptly at a sheer cliff. The realization clawed at my mind, but I pressed on, the pull of the canyon stronger than my fear. When I reached the riverbank, the first shadow appeared. It flickered just out of sight, its form indistinct, but unmistakably human. My skin prickled as I turned toward it, flashlight in hand. "Hello?" My voice echoed, swallowed by the roar of the river. The figure didn't respond. It stood motionless, a void in the landscape. I crossed the river, my boots slipping on the slick stones, but when I reached the other side, it was gone. In its place, etched into the rock, was a single word. Why? By the time I returned to the rim, the sun was gone, and the world was cloaked in shadows. Elena was waiting for me, her expression grim. "You went off the trail, didn't you?" I didn't answer. She sighed. "The canyon doesn't forgive. It shows you what it wants, and it takes what it wants." That night, the voices returned. "Mark, why didn't you save me?" I bolted upright, the words cutting through the dark like a scream. Grabbing my flashlight, I stumbled out of the RV. The wind howled through the gorge, carrying a sound that chilled me to the bone, soft sobbing. The edge of the rim loomed before me, and there she was, on the far side of the canyon. Anna, her pale figure stood stark against the void, her face blurred by distance but unmistakably hers. "Anna!" I called, my voice cracking. She turned, her figure dissolving like mist. I didn't sleep. At dawn, I was already descending, driven by a need I couldn't explain. The canyon seemed alive, its walls pressing closer, its shadows shifting with malevolent intent. At the riverbank, it found me. The shadow rose, towering and amorphous, its presence a suffocating void. It whispered in a voice like grinding stone, "You failed her." "No," I gasped. "I tried. You let her fall." Images flashed before me. The storm, the fall, Anna's scream. I tried to shut them out, but the shadow forced me to relive it again and again, the memory more vivid and agonizing each time. "You will never escape," it hissed. And then, above the cacophony, I heard her voice. "Mark." She stood there, radiant and ethereal, her gaze steady. "You have to let go," she said. Tears blurred my vision. "I can't." "You have to," she whispered. The shadow shrieked, its form twisting and collapsing as Anna stepped closer. Her touch was warm, and in that moment, the weight I had carried for years lifted. "I forgive you," she said, and then she was gone. The shadow scattered like smoke, leaving only silence in its wake. I staggered back to the rim, hollow and trembling. Elena found me there, her face pale. "It let you go," she said softly. I didn't ask what she meant. I left the canyon the next morning. But even now, I can feel it watching, its shadows waiting for someone else to stumble too close. Some places don't just haunt you, they consume you, and not everyone escapes. So yeah, this whole summer's been a big old bust thought. Heading out to the Ozarks in my RV was going to be the cure for burnout. Recharge in nature, escape the grind. Call me naive, but I didn't expect the Ozarks to be so. Damn creepy, my name's Harlan, by the way, and I'm already regretting this whole trip. Okay, maybe I'm just getting worked up. I've camped solo all over, never had a problem. But this place, this stretch of woods just outside Branson, it gives me the willies. It's the noises mostly every night since I got here. There's this rustling like something circling my rig doesn't sound like a deer or any animal. I recognize whatever it is. It's big. Yesterday I found these massive, and I mean massive, tracks in the mud near the creek. Not bear, not coyote, nothing. Familiar, looked almost like giant handprints, except for the claws. Jesus, each one must have been as long as my hand. I tried brushing it off, telling myself. I was just freaking out over nothing, even cracked, a joke about Bigfoot paying me a visit, but deep down ain't. Nobody laughing. Something's out there. Something that ain't natural today. I finally saw a flash of it. Not the whole thing, mind you, just a glimpse. As I was hauling water back from the creek. Tall, way taller than a person. It moved fast, ducking behind a grove of pines. but its hide. It was all mottled like old bark, and its eyes. The eyes were the worst part, big and round, didn't reflect light like they should. Just two glowing, unnatural orbs staring out from the shadows. I bolted out of there, swore at myself the whole way back, for leaving my rifle in the RV last night was pure hell. That thing, whatever it is, kept circling, got close enough. I heard its ragged breathing by my window. I was too damn scared to move an inch, just huddled in my sleeping bag, trying not to hyperventilate come sunrise. I figured I'd pack up and bail for somewhere less sinister. Then I heard it up in the hills. This sound like a scream, but stretched out all mournful and chilling. My gut twisted. Didn't sound animal. Didn't sound human either. Sounded downright ancient. Checked the clearing by the fire pit when the sun was up and found what I half expected. Half-dreaded footprints everywhere. That big Bigfoot on steroids thing had closed in right up to the edge of my camp. Now I'm on high alert. Rifle loaded and propped against the door. Ain't no way. I'm sleeping tonight. Problem is, I'm not sure getting in my rig and driving solves much whatever's lurking out there. I doubt it's stopping its hunt just cause. I try to make a break for it. Should I call someone, forest rangers? Maybe. But what the hell do? I tell them that some kind of cryptid is stalking me, they'll think I'm on bad drugs, lock me up for my own safety. I could just leave drive for hours till I find a town and tell them I got lost, had some kind of breakdown out here. No, something tells me staying on the move makes me an even easier target. Damn it, what the hell am I gonna do? It lunged out of the trees right as the sun was dipping below the horizon, not a sound. No rustling leaves, no cracking branches, just there. 1 second, and closing in the next. I only had time to yank the RV door shut and fire a shot before it slammed against the side, making the whole rig jump. The creature, whatever it was, roared, a sound that shook me to my core. It circled, pounding the RV, trying to pry the windows. Open glass shattered, and I hunkered down, rifle trembling in my hands. It let out another shriek, and something heavy crashed onto the roof, denting the metal. Damn thing must have climbed up, then silence, not a good silence. The kind where you know whatever's out there is biding its time, playing with its food. I tried to peer out the windows, but it was too dark, and I was afraid of what I might see pressed up against the glass. Hours pass. The creature still stalking me from outside. I couldn't stay trapped forever. I had to make a move. The creature screeched again, a long, mournful wail that seemed to echo off the hills and back through my head. It sounded almost sad, which was messed up, considering it was trying to kill me a second ago. Then it hit me. It keeps wailing like that, calls like it's searching for something. Maybe it's alone, that's why I only ever see one set of prints, hear one thing moving around out there. I'm no animal expert, but that kind of loneliness, that desperation in its seas. That might be something I can use adrenaline surging. I risked it. I grabbed my lantern and crept to the back window, farthest from where the creature seemed to be lurking. Flung the window open and leaned out, holding the lantern high. It reacted instantly. A flurry of movement in the tree line, then its hulking form crashed into view. It reared back from the light, letting out a surprised hiss that didn't sound quite as threatening. I held steady and it crept closer, its eyes fixated on the lantern, lost. Something, didn't you? My voice shook, but I kept talking. Bet you're all alone out here hurts, don't it? I tossed the lantern. It sailed through the air and smashed on a rock. Below, the creature recoiled, but then lunged for it, scrabbling around in the darkness. That was my chance. I sprinted out the RV door, heart pounding, and raised a glance over my shoulder. It was distracted, sniffing at the shattered lantern headlights, blazing. I jumped into the driver's seat and gunned the engine. I wasn't sure where to go, just that I needed to put miles between me and that thing I drove through the night, not daring to stop until I hit a major highway. Even then, I kept checking my mirrors, terrified. That pair of glowing eyes would appear out of the darkness. Morning found me in some forgotten town. I stumbled into a rundown diner, ordered coffee with shaking hands, and told the waitress some bull about crashing my RV and needing a phone to call insurance. She looked at me like I was nuts, but thankfully she let me borrow the phone. The Rangers were skeptical, but they sent a search party back to the campsite. They didn't find any sign of the creature. Of course, just WRV, some oversized tracks, and a whole lot of questions. I spent hours being grilled by serious-looking folks claiming to be wildlife specialists. After that, they shipped me to a hospital, kept me under observation, muttering about stress and hallucinations. Now I'm back home trying to put it all behind me. Problem is I can't. I keep hearing those mournful calls echo in my head and sometimes in the shadows, when the light hits a certain angle. I swear, I see those eyes watching me. They never told me exactly what kind of animal I was imagining out there. Maybe there is some undiscovered species that big, that strange. Or maybe I was right when I looked at that creature in the lantern light. Maybe it wasn't an animal at all, but something else entirely. Something old as the hills themselves. Whatever it was. Folklore folks call critters like that wailing, walkers, lonely, spirits of the forest twisted by grief, and time makes sense, now why it sounded so sad and why it disappeared. The second eye gave it something to cling to, even broken shards of light. My name is Elo Garrett, and this happened to me on September 23, 2003. At the time, I worked as a search and rescue officer in the vast, unforgiving forests of northern Idaho, a place where the trees whispered secrets and shadows seemed to breathe. Over the years, we joked about how the forest had a way of swallowing people whole, but I never imagined I'd encounter its true, unspeakable darkness. The day began like any other. We were dispatched at dawn to search for a missing hiker, Claire Whitaker. A young woman reported missing by her frantic boyfriend after failing to return from a solo hike. My partner for the day was Mark Loon, a seasoned officer whose calm demeanor often masked a deep wariness of these woods. We geared up, double-checked our radios, and set out. The crisp morning air was sharp and cleansing, the kind that could almost make you forget the forest's sinister reputation. Almost. The trail Claire had taken was well trodden, bordered by towering pines that loomed like silent sentinels. We joked about sports and shared gripes about work as we hiked, but there was a weight in the air, a silence beneath the usual forest sounds that gnawed at my nerves. 2 hours in, we reached a clearing where the path split into three. To cover more ground, we decided to split up. Mark took the right trail, while I ventured left, deeper into the shadowed woods. I walked for 20 minutes, my voice echoing as I called out for Claire. The canopy above seemed denser here, the light struggling to pierce through. An unnatural quiet hung in the air, broken only by the sound of my own footsteps. I was used to the solitude of these searches, but this time, it felt like the forest was watching me. Then I saw it, a flash of color amidst the green and brown. A bright blue scarf, snagged in some underbrush. My heart quickened as I picked it up. It matched the description her boyfriend had given us. I radioed Mark, telling him about my find. He said he'd meet me, but as I waited, the woods seemed to grow darker. I heard a rustling behind me, a soft, deliberate sound. I spun around, expecting to see Mark or perhaps a deer. Nothing, just trees standing still as statues. Mark arrived moments later, his face grim as I showed him the scarf. We pressed onward in the direction the scarf had pointed, our voices subdued. The forest seemed to close in tighter with every step. 15 minutes later, we found it. A small campsite, eerily still. The fire pit was smoldering, tendrils of smoke curling into the thick air. A half-eaten sandwich lay forgotten on a log. A backpack leaned against a tree. "Claire? Are you here?" Mark's voice echoed, but no response came. The unease grew unbearable. Something wasn't right. The campsite felt wrong, like we'd stepped into a place we weren't meant to see. We pushed forward, the undergrowth clawing at us as if trying to hold us back. Then we found her. Claire sat slumped against a tree, her eyes wide and unseeing. Her clothes were torn, her face streaked with dried blood. She was alive, but barely. We rushed to her, our relief quickly giving way to horror as she flinched violently at our touch. "He's coming," she whispered, her voice hoarse and broken. "Who's coming?" Mark asked, his hand instinctively moving to his holster. "The man in the woods. He's been watching me, waiting." Her eyes darted to the shadows behind us. Mark and I exchanged a look, our unspoken fears now undeniable. "Let's get her out of here," I said, helping Claire to her feet. She trembled like a leaf as we began retracing our steps. Then came the sound. Faint at first, a rustling in the underbrush, but it grew louder, more deliberate. Footsteps, heavy, purposeful, and coming closer. "Who's there?" Mark called, his voice steady but tense. The footsteps didn't stop. "Go!" Mark shouted, cleaving me forward. We ran. The forest blurred around us, branches slashing at our arms and faces. Behind us, the footsteps grew faster, closer. Whatever was chasing us wasn't human. It couldn't be. We broke through the trees into the clearing, gasping for air, but we didn't stop. We didn't dare. Not until the trailhead came into view, our vehicles a lifeline against the encroaching dread. Only then did the footsteps stop, as if the forest itself had swallowed them. Back at the trucks, Claire collapsed into the back seat as we radioed for help. Her eyes never left the tree line, her terror unyielding. "He's still out there," she whispered. Mark and I gave our statements to the sheriff, but our story was met with skeptical looks. Over the next few days, I pored over missing person reports, unease growing with each new detail. The same area, the same eerie silence, the same feeling of being watched. A pattern emerged, disappearances dating back decades. Witnesses, if they survived, spoke of a figure in the woods. Claire recovered, but she never spoke of the man again. The forest remained, its secrets untouched, its darkness spreading. And as the disappearances continued, one truth became clear. Something ancient, something malevolent prowled those woods. Even now, years after retiring and moving far away, I can't forget. Some nights in the silence of my home, I hear it. The rustling, the footsteps, waiting, watching. The forest keeps its own, and sometimes it sends its shadows after those who escaped. I slowly woke in the RV, groggy and sore, feeling the after effects of our off-road adventure. Lynette was still asleep beside me, her body a warm lump under the blankets. I didn't want to wake her, but it was time to face the day. You know that feeling after a trip like that? Your body aches, your mind is foggy, but the memories, those are razor sharp. We'd spent the weekend trekking through White Mountain National Forest in New Hampshire. The place, man, it was perfect for a horror movie. There was something about it, something off-kilter, that made every tree feel like it was watching you. I nudged Lynette. "Babe, get up, I'm making coffee." She grumbled in protest, snuggling deeper into the blankets. "5 more minutes, Silas," she muttered. I zipped up my hoodie and stepped outside into the biting cold of the dawn. The air had a sharpness to it, mixed with the scent of damp earth and pine. The campground felt oddly remote, like it was deliberately tucked away from the rest of the world. The RVs were spaced out in a way that gave a false sense of privacy, hidden deep within the dense woods. I grabbed the thermos and set up the portable stove, trying to shake off the unsettling feeling that had started gnawing at me. I needed a distraction. Coffee, at least, would help clear the fog from my brain. I opened my phone and started scrolling through the pictures we'd taken. We hiked up to the peak of Mount Chakura, and the views were incredible, stunning vistas stretching out as far as the eye could see. I tapped through to find some selfies, panoramas, but there was nothing. No pictures from the hike. I checked again, no summit photos, no shots of the breathtaking scenery. Nothing. A chill crept down my spine. Had we really gotten so caught up in the moment that we forgot to take pictures? I felt a tightness in my chest, my stomach twisting. I shook it off, but then I heard it, a rustling sound, sharp, close. I whipped around, scanning the trees. Nothing, just the wind sighing through the pines. But that sense of unease didn't fade. "Lynette?" I called, sharper than I meant to. "Wake up. Something's not right." She jolted upright, her eyes wide and confused. She looked out the window. "Silas, where are the other RVs?" I froze, my blood running cold. The campground was empty, no signs of life. No wisps of smoke rising from fire pits, no doors slamming in the distance. Just the oppressive silence of the forest. "I don't get it. There were people here last night." My voice trailed off, the fear creeping up my spine. The sense that something was wrong, something was off, was undeniable. I scanned the trees again, my gaze flicking to the shadows at the edges of the forest. A shape moved, something hulking. My heart thudded. It was gone as quickly as it appeared, but I knew it was there. I knew something was out there. "Stay inside," I barked. "We're leaving." Lynette scrambled to gather our things, her panic written across her face. I shoved the keys into the ignition, the engine sputtering to life as I floored the gas pedal. The RV lurched forward, the tires squealing against the gravel. "Silas, wait!" Lynette screamed, pointing through the windshield, and my blood turned to ice. There, blocking our way out, stood a creature. It was like a wolf, only wrong. Too big. Its fur was dark, almost black, and its head hung low, elongated. The eyes, God, those eyes. Yellow, slitted pupils that burned with an insatiable hunger. I could feel its gaze on me, like it could taste the fear in my veins. But it wasn't just the creature that paralyzed me with terror. It was what surrounded it. Torn backpacks, a shredded tent, bloody remnants of what I knew had been a sleeping bag. The creature lifted its head, a low, guttural growl vibrating through the air. It wasn't a warning. It was a promise. "Faster!" Lynette sobbed, her voice shaking. I slammed the RV into reverse, my foot on the gas, but the engine shrieked as the creature lunged forward, snapping at our bumper. I heard the sickening crunch of metal as its teeth sank into the RV's frame. I wrenched the wheel and veered down a narrow trail, barely wide enough for the RV, clipping trees and sending branches flying. The creature's growls faded into the distance, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it was still behind us. We tore through the woods, my hands clenched around the wheel, Lynette's voice a constant, panicked murmur beside me. The RV barreled down the trail, the trees flashing past in a blur. "We're going to make it," I muttered, even though my own voice sounded hollow, like I was trying to convince myself as much as her. Lynette fumbled for her phone, her face pale with terror. "No signal. I can't even call for help," she whispered, her voice breaking. The weight of our isolation crashed down on me. We were lost, completely cut off. And that thing was still out there. I could feel it, lurking in the trees, watching us. Finally, after what felt like hours, we found a gas station. I pulled in with a sense of relief, but it was short-lived. The cashier, an older guy named Frank, looked us up and down with a raised eyebrow. "Rough night?" Before we could bombard him with questions, Frank told us about the missing hikers, 2 who'd gone up Mount Chikura a few days ago and never returned. Search and rescue had been out there, but there was no sign of them. I could barely breathe. The torn gear we saw around the campsite, it had to be theirs. Had that creature killed them? Were we next? Then Frank dropped the bombshell. Some people think it's a wild beast, maybe a mountain lion, something that got too far out of its territory. But I haven't seen anyone leave that campground in days, not since those folks went missing. Lynette and I shared a horrified glance. The beast, the missing hikers, the blood. And then Frank reached under the counter and pulled out a battered camera. "Someone left this in the bathroom a couple of days ago. Maybe you'll recognize it," he said, handing it to me with a sympathetic look. My heart lurched as I turned the camera over. I recognized it instantly. It was mine. The cracked lens, the worn body. It was my camera. I stood frozen, a cold fist gripping my heart. This wasn't just a coincidence. This was something far worse than a simple predator. "We have to go back," I said, my voice tight, barely able to push the words out. Lynette stared at me as if I had lost my mind. "Silas, are you crazy? That thing tried to kill us." "I know," I said, forcing myself to meet her terrified eyes. "But what if someone else finds that camera? What if they don't know what's out there? We can't just leave them to that thing. We can't." Frank gave us a long, dubious look, but finally he nodded, pulling a hunting rifle from a drawer. "If you're serious about this, at least take this. If that thing comes for you again, you'll need something to defend yourself." I took the rifle with a heavy sense of responsibility settling over me. We had to go back. Those hikers needed us. Or at the very least, someone needed to try to help. On the drive back, the silence between Lynette and me was suffocating. Every turn of the tires, every gust of wind felt like the countdown to something horrible. We arrived at the campground. Still empty, still silent. The air hung thick with dread. "We'll check the trails. Maybe they didn't stay here," Lynette said, the rifle clutched tightly in her hands. I led the way through the trees, every crack of a twig making my heart race. We didn't speak, each of us lost in our thoughts, but the air felt heavier with every step. The shadows stretched longer and the silence was unnerving. We came across a clearing and my heart skipped. A torn piece of blue fabric caught on a branch. I bent down, recognizing the color. It was from one of the missing hikers' jackets. "We're getting closer," I whispered. We followed the trail of torn clothing, the pieces scattered deliberately, as if it were a sick game. Then we came upon a dark opening in the ground, a cave or something worse. I heard the growl before I saw it. Low, rumbling. And then I saw it. The creature's eyes glowed from the darkness, a chilling yellow that seemed to burn into my soul. It lunged with terrifying speed, but I barely got a shot off before it was on us. The world became a blur of claws, teeth, and blood. Lynette screamed, the sound ringing in my ears as I fired again and again. The creature recoiled, howling in pain, but we didn't stop. We ran. We stumbled into the light of day, just as the beast erupted from the shadows. I turned and fired, my hand trembling as I took aim. The rifle cracked through the air, and the beast staggered before it collapsed, its body hitting the ground with a sickening thud. It was over. For now. We stood there, breathing hard, staring at the still form of the beast. But I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't the end, that there were more of them out there. Weeks later, the police would find more abandoned gear deeper in the forest. The missing hikers were never found. Some experts began whispering about a new species, a cryptid, but no one knew for sure. They called it the Shadow Stalker of White Mountain, and I couldn't shake the thought that we had only killed one of them. The others were still out there, lurking, waiting. Even now I can feel their eyes on me. The darkness never quite leaves. I spent most of last year in my RV, trying to figure things out. Work, life, the suffocating noise of the city. But after a while, it all felt empty. You know the kind of emptiness that hollows you out? So I packed up what I could carry, told the boss I'd be consulting remotely, and hit the road. I've always loved a good hike, but there's something about living with just your essentials. Something liberating. You realize how little you really need. That simplicity, it's soothing at first. Nevada, though, that's where I found it. The kind of place most people wouldn't even know existed. A hidden little boondocking spot tucked into a canyon off a dusty back road. Red rock and scrub brush, nothing but quiet and the endless sky. It was like stepping into some forgotten world, a place where time didn't matter. No one else had ever come here. I thought I'd recharge, maybe try my hand at some watercolor painting while I was out there. The first night, though, I realized this wasn't your typical campsite. The sunsets out west are always beautiful, but this one? As the sun dipped, the light didn't just turn red and orange, it warped. There was something wrong about it, something unnatural. Maybe I was just isolating myself too much. Maybe the desert was playing tricks on me. But when the shadows stretched across the canyon, they didn't move like shadows should. They were wrong, and I felt them watching me. Not the scrub brush rustling, but the air itself felt thick with something unseen. By the second night, I knew I wasn't alone. I kept catching glimpses of movement, just out of the corner of my eye, around the RV. Each time I jumped to my feet, heart pounding, there was nothing. Coyotes? Maybe. A bobcat? I tried to convince myself. But then, one moonless night, something happened that I can't explain away. The air went dead. Still. Like the entire world had held its breath. Then I heard it. A sound like nothing I've ever heard before. A scream. But it was stretched, distorted, like it had been twisted into something else. A woman's scream, maybe, but garbled, distorted like taffy being pulled too thin. It came from just outside the RV, and then, as suddenly as it had come, it stopped. The silence that followed was worse. Heavy. Suffocating. The next morning, I grabbed my hunting rifle, old, worn more for show than anything else, and followed what I thought were tracks. Huge, unmistakable tracks, too large for a cougar. Oddly shaped, almost human, but with long, clawed digits that dug into the dirt. They led right into the thick brush, and then vanished. No trail, nothing. Whatever made those tracks was still out there, watching me. I hunkered down, worked on my watercolors to calm my nerves. Every bird call, every rustle in the wind made me jump. The desert felt like a living thing, creeping closer, and I couldn't figure out what to do next. That night, it came again. I heard it first, a skittering, scratching sound circling the RV, growing closer. I peered through the window, and there, in the moonlight, I saw it. Or at least I think I did. It was crouched, tall, unnaturally spindly, moving with a terrifying grace. Its head tilted and twitched like it was studying me, like it was thinking about me, trying to crawl under my skin. For a moment our eyes met, and I swear to you, it wasn't an animal's gaze. There was something else there. Something intelligent. Cold. Calculating. My heart slammed into my chest. My fingers shook as I reached for the rifle. I aimed between its eyes, and I fired. The sound it made, it wasn't a scream, not really. It was more like a screech, an inhuman, bone-chilling screech that froze me in place. Then the silence. It was so complete, so absolute, that it physically hurt. I stayed up all night, rifle in hand, waiting for retribution. But none came. Morning came, and there was no sign of it. No blood, no body. Nothing. Just the smell of rot, thick on the wind. Folks back in town later told me it was probably a mountain lion with a bad leg, that the tracks weren't anything strange, just a misidentified animal. But I know what I saw. The light. The sound. The eyes. Some things don't get explained away by wildlife. I couldn't stay there any longer. Packed up the RV and drove straight to the nearest town, telling myself some half-hearted excuse about winter coming early and needing to stock up. Whatever I had stumbled into, I didn't want any more of it. I haven't gone boondocking since, and something tells me I never will again. The city, with all its noise and chaos, feels a hell of a lot more comforting now. Oh, and I started boxing. Not watercolor. I figured if something like that ever comes creeping after me again, I'd rather throw a punch than wait for it to tear me apart. But sometimes, when I'm trying to fall asleep, I hear it. The sound of claws scraping against concrete, low whispers drifting under my window. I don't know if it's real or if I'm just losing my mind. But I hear them, and I don't think they're done with me yet. I dialed Oric's number, feeling the familiar rush of excitement wash over me. He was as obsessed with camping as I was, maybe more. The guy lived for it. When I pitched the idea of a weekend up in Mount Hood National Forest, he didn't hesitate. "I'll take some time off," he said. "I know a few killer spots out there. We'll have all the gear, creature comforts, all that. After working crazy hours in the city, this was exactly what we both needed. A chance to get away, breathe, escape the chaos. I had my RV fully stocked, ready to go. The drive was smooth, and I could already feel the stress of city life starting to melt away as we got further off the beaten path. We were deep into the forest now, trees towering on either side, the air thick with the scent of pine and earth. It was a peaceful drive, until the forest started to get different. The trees grew thicker, their dark branches pressing in on us as if the forest were closing in. It felt like we were driving into something ancient, something alive. But still, it was beautiful. We found a secluded spot along the Clackamas River. Auric had navigated us to the perfect clearing, the kind of place you could lose yourself in. The river flowed steadily, birds called out to each other, and wildflowers peeked through the underbrush. It was paradise. We set up camp quickly. Auric had a new tent that practically set itself up, and the fire pit was ready in no time. The night sky was clearer than I had ever seen, the stars so bright it felt like they were within reach. It was one of those nights where everything feels right until it didn't. Auric started talking about his job as an accountant, but his voice seemed to grow fainter, more distant, like the sound was bleeding out into the vast emptiness around us. I couldn't focus on his words anymore. I didn't want to. My mind wandered, my eyelids heavy, the fire crackling lazily. But then, that smell. It hit me like a punch to the gut. Rotting meat, wet fur. It was suffocating, overpowering. I glanced at Auric and his face had gone pale. He was sniffing the air, his eyes wide. I stood up slowly, the stench growing worse with every passing second. "It's coming from across the river," I whispered. I wasn't sure if I even meant to say it out loud, but Auric heard me, and his face twisted in confusion and terror. Before either of us could react, a pair of eyes appeared in the darkness across the river. They were glowing, amber, like something on fire, unnaturally bright. And the way they were spaced out, too wide, too far apart, there was something wrong with them. I swear I could feel the forest itself holding its breath. The eyes stayed there, suspended in the pitch-black void, unblinking, unfeeling. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. My heart was hammering in my chest. I glanced at Auric, and we both knew what we had to do. Time to leave. But before we could move, those eyes disappeared as quickly as they had appeared. The smell started to fade, but not the dread. The feeling that something was watching, waiting. We didn't waste another second. We scrambled into the RV, hands shaking, and I slammed the engine to life. I hit the gas, driving like a madman, bumping over the rough track, not daring to look back. I checked the rearview mirror. The forest was empty. Dark. Silent. No glowing eyes. But I wasn't buying it. My foot stayed pressed hard on the gas, speeding until the trees gave way to the open highway. We both sat in silence, adrenaline surging through our veins. After what felt like an eternity, I pulled into a rest stop, desperate to calm myself. Auric was pale, his hands trembling. "What the hell was that?" I finally forced myself to ask. "Bigfoot?" Auric suggested, his voice flat, like he was trying to convince himself. "Maybe. Too big to be a bear." I didn't reply right away, my mind still on those eyes glowing like molten gold. That wasn't Bigfoot. I knew it. Bigfoot was never described like that. Those glowing eyes, that unnatural width. If it was Bigfoot, why did it disappear? Auric fidgeted with his lighter, flicking it on and off, the sound grating on my nerves. "You think we should report it?" he asked after a while, the question hanging in the air. "I don't know, man. Who would believe us? Oh, hey, we saw a giant beast with glowing eyes, and it might have killed 2 park rangers." I scoffed. We'd sound insane. Auric nodded reluctantly, his lighter still clicking in his hand, the noise maddening. I snapped it from him and tossed it into the glove compartment. "I don't want to talk about it anymore. Let's just go home." The rest of the drive was tense, silent. When we finally rolled back into the city, it felt like we had crossed into another world. I unloaded the gear, wanting to invite Auric in for a beer, but something told me neither of us was in the mood for small talk. "Take care, man," Auric muttered, his eyes distant as if still lost in the forest. He climbed into his truck, and I watched him pull away, the tires crunching on the gravel. I went inside, locking the door behind me. The apartment felt suffocating, like the air had thickened, like something was in here with me. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of the air conditioner made me jump. I poured myself a stiff drink, trying to calm my shaking hands, but I couldn't. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those glowing eyes staring, burning through the dark. I could still smell it, the rot, the wet fur. The news the next morning confirmed my worst fears. 2 park rangers had gone missing near Clackamas River. I could barely breathe as I stared at the screen. They were last seen patrolling the area where we had camped. There was no mention of any creature, just a vague warning about dangerous animals. I felt sick to my stomach. I had to tell someone. Anything. But what could I say? We saw a huge creature, glowing eyes, maybe killed the rangers? They'd lock me up for sure. I called Auric, his voice shaky when he picked up. "Did you hear about the rangers?" I asked. He paused for a long time. "Yeah, I saw it." I could hear him take a deep breath. "We need to go back. We need to figure this out." I hesitated. Going back to that forest felt like the stupidest idea in the world, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. That creature was still out there. When Auric showed up, he was armed to the teeth, rifle, knives, camo gear. "Might sound crazy," he said with a shrug, "but I'd rather be crazy and prepared than crazy and dead." We made our way back to Mount Hood, the sun now shining bright, a stark contrast to the suffocating darkness we'd felt before. But that bright sunlight didn't do anything to ease the fear gnawing at me. We arrived at the clearing, and I felt it immediately. The thick, suffocating silence. It was wrong. Everything felt wrong. Auric dropped to his knees when he found a scrap of fabric, a dark blue like the ranger uniforms. I didn't want to follow that trail, but we did. We picked up the pace, dread and determination pushing us forward. We rounded a bend and saw the clearing, but it was no longer peaceful. The smell hit us first, that rotten stench from the night before. And then I saw it. The earth had been dug up, fresh and wet. Something was buried there. Auric grabbed my arm. Whatever did that, it might still be around. Just then we heard a branch snap behind us. My heart stopped. Auric raised his rifle just as the creature lumbered into view. Bigger than I remembered, shaggy, hunched over, its glowing eyes locked on us. My breath caught in my throat. The thing was real. It was bigger than anything we could have imagined. Auric fired, the shot ringing out, but the creature didn't flinch. I grabbed a flare from my pack, lit it, and hurled it at the beast. It hissed, recoiling from the flame. "Run!" I yelled. And we did. We ran like hell, crashing through the trees, the creature's roars echoing behind us. I couldn't look back. I couldn't. The sound of its footsteps was getting closer. And then Auric fell. I didn't think, I just reacted. I pulled him up, dragging him along as the creature's snarls grew louder. We stumbled onto the RV, and I barely got the engine started. The beast was close. Too close. I hit the gas and the RV lurched forward, but I couldn't look back. I couldn't. Not until we were on the highway, the creature's roars fading behind us. We didn't speak. We couldn't. Auric's face was as pale as mine when we pulled into the first diner we found. We needed coffee, needed to pretend like we hadn't seen the things we'd seen. We called the authorities, telling them a half-truth about getting spooked by something big in the woods. They didn't believe us, of course. They warned people to stay away from Mount Hood for safety precautions. The rest of the world will never know. But we know. We saw it. And it's still out there. Later that night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw it. The Ragath. The glowing eyes. The fangs. The claws. I pulled up my laptop, trembling, and searched again, this time deeper. I found it. The Ragath, a forest demon driven by hunger. I stared at the faded woodcut picture. It looked just like what we had seen. I leaned back in my chair, my heart pounding. The world may never know the truth, but I do. And that's enough to keep me awake at night, haunted by the knowledge of what lurks in the shadows of Mount Hood. My name is Ellie Clark, and I was 26 when I decided to spend a week camping in the Superstition Mountains. This happened in 2021 during October, when the desert nights were cooler and the air seemed alive. With stories, I had parked my RV at Lost Dutchman State Park, right at the edge of the wilderness. I was here to chase ghosts, or, more specifically, the ghost stories surrounding the Lost Dutchman's gold mine. I run a blog called Wandering Spirits, where I write about haunted places and local legends. My readers love spooky tales, and the Superstition Mountains were steeped in them. The story about the cursed mine, prospectors who vanished, and strange lights in the mountains were exactly the kind of content I needed. What I didn't realize was how real those stories could become. The first day was uneventful, except for the heat. I'd planned a hike along the Prospector's View Trail, and though I'd packed plenty of water, I underestimated how dry the air would feel by the time I got back to my RV. My mouth felt like sandpaper, and my legs were screaming. I was too tired to explore much further, so I spent the evening reading up on local legends by lantern light. The air grew cold as the sun set. I stood outside for a while, staring up at the jagged silhouette of the Superstition Mountains. They were beautiful, but there was something unnerving about the way they loomed, their sharp peaks cutting into the twilight sky as darkness fell. The wind began to whisper through the scrub, carrying with it the faint sound of clinking metal. At first, I thought it was the RV settling or a loose piece of equipment rattling in the breeze, but the sound grew more rhythmic, like a pickaxe striking stone. I grabbed my flashlight and shined it toward the trailhead. Nothing, just the desert, vast and empty. I told myself it was my imagination. I'd been reading too many ghost stories. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The next day, I met Nate Harrove, the park ranger. He was in his 60s, wiry and weathered like the desert itself. I ran into him while refilling my water bottles at the visitor center. When I told him about my plans to explore the legends of the mine, he gave me a look that was equal parts amusement and concern. "Ghost stories are fun," he said, "but this place doesn't play nice with people who don't respect it. Stay on the marked trails, keep your wits about you, and don't go looking for trouble." "I can handle myself," I replied, though his tone made me uneasy. He shrugged. "Suit yourself. Just don't end up like the others I pressed," he sighed over the years. "We've had folks come here, looking for the Lost Dutchman's gold mine. They either come back empty-handed, or don't come back at all. This land, it's got a way of keeping secrets." I nodded politely, but his words lingered that evening. The strangeness began in earnest. As I sat outside my RV writing notes for my blog, I heard footsteps in the sand at first. I thought it was another camper, but when I looked around there was no one, just the faint outline of boot prints leading away from my campsite toward the mountains. I followed the prints for a short distance before stopping myself. I'd left my flashlight behind, and the desert at night wasn't a place to wander blindly. Still, as I turned back, I heard a voice. A faint, grabbly whisper, "Find me." I froze. The voice was so soft. I couldn't be sure I'd heard it, heart pounding. I hurried back to my RV and locked the door. I tried to convince myself it was the wind or my imagination, but deep down, I knew better. The next day I hiked further into the mountains, determined to see the area where prospectors supposedly vanished. The desert was vast and harsh, the sun blazing down on the rocky trails. By the time I reached the viewpoint, I was drenched in sweat and out of breath. I stood there staring out at the rugged expanse of the superstitions and felt a strange pull like the land itself was calling me. That's when I saw it. A faint glow in the distance, like a lantern, swaying back and forth. It was too bright to be a trick of the sun and too far off the trail. To be another hiker, curiosity overpowered my caution. I followed the light, weaving through cacti and scrub, until I came to a cluster of blackened rocks. The glow disappeared. But something else caught my eye. A rusted pickaxe embedded in the ground. I crouched down, brushing away the dirt. The metal was corroded, but it looked old, really old. As I examined it, the faint smell of smoke filled the air. When I looked up, the lantern glow was back hovering just beyond the next ridge. I didn't follow it this time. Something about it felt wrong. That night, the miner came to me. I was inside the RV trying to review the photos I'd taken of the pickaxe when the temperature dropped. Suddenly, my breath fogged the air and the lights flickered. Then, through the window, I saw him. He stood at the edge of my campsite, his figure barely visible in the faint moonlight. He was gaunt and weathered, dressed in tattered mining clothes. His face was shadowed beneath a wide-brimmed hat, but his lantern glowed bright, casting an eerie light over the ground. "Find me," he whispered again. Though his mouth didn't move, his voice was like gravel, scraping against stone. My hands were shaking as I grabbed my flashlight and opened the door. "Who are you?" I called out, my voice trembling. He didn't answer. Instead, he turned and began walking toward the mountains, his lantern swaying against every instinct. I followed him. He led me to an unmarked trail. I hadn't noticed before the ground was uneven, littered with stones and debris. As I climbed higher, the air grew colder, and the glow of his lantern flickered in and out of sight. Finally, he stopped in front of a narrow cave entrance. Without a word, he pointed inside. "What's in there?" I asked, but he was already gone, his lantern light fading into the darkness. The cave smelled of damp earth and decay. I hesitated, then stepped inside, using my flashlight to guide the way. The walls were jagged, the floor uneven, but the faint glint of something metallic caught my eye. Gold nuggets scattered among the rocks. My heart raced. I'd found it, the lost Dutchman's gold, but as I reached for one of the nuggets, the air grew heavy, and the sound of a pickaxe striking stone echoed through the cave. I spun around, and there he was standing at the entrance. His face was no longer shadowed. It was hollow and skeletal, his empty eyes, sockets burning with an otherworldly light. "Leave," he growled, his voice booming. The walls of the cave seemed to tremble, loose stones falling around me. I stumbled backward, dropping the gold. "I'm sorry," I shouted. I didn't mean to before I could finish. He raised his pickaxe and swung the blade, missed me by inches, striking the wall with a deafening crack. Rocks began to fall, blocking the entrance. Panicked, I scrambled through the debris, narrowly escaping, as the cave collapsed behind me. When I looked back, the entrance was gone, buried beneath a mountain of stone. I didn't sleep that night. The handprint on my RV windshield the next morning was the final warning. Written in the dust were 3 words: "Leave us alone." I packed up and left Lost Dutchman State Park without looking back. I don't know if anyone will believe my story, but I'll never forget the miner's ghost or the glow of his lantern. Some legends are meant to stay buried. I call my rig the Turtle. It's kind of funny. I guess when you think about it, a turtle, slow, and it's got that shell to protect it from Well, everything in RV isn't exactly fast, but damn, the thing's home got a kitchen bed. The work's perfect for those long solo road trips I love. So yeah, Turtle Kind is stuck now. This latest track had taken me up through Oregon and into the heart of Washington State, the Olympic National Forest, to be exact. Know the place with all the giant trees, the rain, more shades of green than you can shake a stick at, figured after some weeks of desert hopping. It did make a nice change of scenery, found this sweet spot right on the whole river set. The turtle up, did my usual leveling routine. You get the picture. Then pure bliss days spent hiking, taking way too many photos and trying not to slip on the moss-covered trails. Evenings for campfires, reading old paperbacks, and maybe a whiskey or three to keep warm. Life was good, real good. About a week in, I'm coming down this trail, the sun starting to dip behind those massive evergreens. Anyone who's been in woods that thick knows how the light fades fast. The whole place takes on an eerie kind of silence. Suddenly, I get this weird feeling like prickles up the back of my neck. Now, I'm no stranger to solo time outdoors, and I trust my gut this feeling wasn't the usual critter might be nearby thing. It was different off. I stopped skin the trees, nothing at first. Just shadows and those damn ferns that look like 100 hiding places. I swear the woods were holding their breath then from way further up the trail. I hear it a snap like a twig, but way louder than anything. A deer or chipmunk should be making. I'm debating bailing back to the turtle when I see a flicker of movement, almost like something big slipped behind a trunk. Curiosity gets the better of me, 'cause, who am I kidding, a little mystery spices things up. I ease myself toward the spot, keeping light on my toes as I get closer, my heart's tap dancing in my chest. I'm expecting a bear, maybe even a cougar those we get up here. But when I peek around that moss-covered trunk, it ain't no critter. I recognize the thing's the size of a man, maybe even bigger, but hunched over and kind of twisted pale skin, almost translucent, hangs loose on its bones. It's got these big bulging eyes, dark like oil slicks, and a mouth that opens way too wide for its face. I'm seeing teeth, rows of them pointed and yellow. I freezes for a long second. We're just locked in this staring contest. Then it lets out this guttural hiss that vibrates right through me. That's my cue. I turn and run like hell's opened up behind me back at the turtle. I slam the door shut, fumble for the keys, hands are shaking, and I'm cursing myself for leaving my rifle in the back compartment, my mind racing faster than my heartbeat. Whatever the hell that thing was, it ain't natural, I get. The rig started, throw it in gear, and I'm out of there, tires spitting up gravel. Don't look back until I hit pavement, but I swear. I hear something scrabbling on the roof like it's trying to keep up hours later. I pull into a rest, stop a bad mix of exhaustion and adrenaline buzzing through me. I check the roof, looking for claw marks, or I do know anything to prove I didn't just have some kind of fever dream back there. But there's nothing clean as a whistle, just like my memory of the place before that thing showed up. Sleep, when it comes, is fitful and full of nightmares. Waking ain't much better. I know I should pack up and head home, but some stubborn part of me refuses. I came out here for an escape, and something from a horror flick ain't going to chase me off in the morning. I decide to get a better look. Not gonna go play hunt the monster or anything stupid like that, but a recon mission feels right. I head back down that highway, the turtle feeling more like a tank than a home. This time, when I hit the trailhead, I gear up rifle knife, the whole 9 yards. Something tells me being unarmed is what made me an easy target before the hike up. I keep swiveling my head, expecting to see movement, but the forest is just as still as the day I left, reaching the spot, Where I saw the creature, my eyes scour the ground for tracks for anything. Not a frustration mixes with a growing sense of unease. This makes no sense. I'm about to give it up. When I see it, a glint of metal half buried in the dirt under a fern crouching, I uncover an old rusted locket, heart-shaped. I flip it open, expecting a photo or something, but it's empty. My fingers trace the faded engraving on the front and name Eloise and a date from the 1950s. My stomach does a flip, missing persons' old cases that stuff flickers through my head. Pocketing the locket, I head back to the turtle. A new kind of fear gnawing at me, that thing back there. It ain't some critter gone wrong. There's a darkness to it, something hungry and older than the trees themselves. My plan now is to find the nearest ranger station, spill the beans, and hand over the locket. Maybe there's some history here. I don't know about some clue to what that thing is and how to stop it, but as I pull out onto the highway, a glance in my rearview mirror sends the chill down my spine there, framed between the towering pine stands. The hunched figure watching me go for a moment, its massive eyes lock with mine. Then in a blur of unnatural speed, it vanishes back into the shadows. I hit the gas, the turtle lurching forward. I check the rear-view empty road, my hands clenching the steering wheel until the knuckles turn white. My rational brain knows heading straight to the nearest town and talking to authorities is the smart move, but every instinct I have screams to keep driving and don't stop until I'm out of Washington State entirely. I spend the night in another rest, stop tossing and turning in the turtle's too small bed, that locket burning a hole in my pocket. It's got to be connected to that thing. Some kind of memento left behind when it preys on people who stray too far from the beaten path. The next morning, I know I can't keep running. I pull into a small town diner, order a stack of pancakes. I don't have the stomach for and force myself to focus. Got cell service here, which means access to the outside world. I start with online missing persons, databases, and news archives from the Olympic area, searching for any mention of Eloise or unsolved disappearances matching her time frame. It's a long shot, I know, but I got to try something. Ours creeped by my half-eaten breakfast congealing on the plate, the waitress shooting me Inri concerned glances. Then bingo. It's barely more than a footnote. In the local paper from '53, a young woman, Eloise Bailey, vanished on a hike in Olympic National Forest. Nobody ever recovered. A wave of nausea washes over me now. I know that ain't just some freak of nature out there. It's something tied to this woman's spirit, or a lack thereof. The thought of her, maybe trapped with that creature, fuels a cold anger in me. I'm done being the hunted. It's time to fight back. The ranger station is a weathered old building, tucked between towering pines inside two rangers. Sarah and Tom. Listen to my story with a mix of skepticism and mounting unease makes sense. I guess Guy walks in raving about monsters in the woods. It ain't their usual Tuesday, but when I show them the locket, the shift in their demeanor is obvious. There's local lore, Sarah admits, shooting a worried. Look at Tom, old tales, mostly forgotten stories around campfires, about a figure deep in the woods, a stealer of souls, the locals called the Wendigo Dot. She glances at me. They say if you stray too far, stray too long. It claims you. The name echoes in my ears when it feels right chillingly. So I explain about seeing the creature my encounter on the trail Tom and Sarah exchange. Another look. There's a flicker of determination in their eyes. We'll get a search party together. Tom says, his voice firm, and we'll put a stop to this. We head out in a group of 6, Tom, Sarah, myself, and 3 other rangers who've heard the call, armed to the teeth, and with a plan track, find, contain if possible, and if that fails, take the creature down. There's a sense of duty hanging in the air. A quiet understanding that we're not just protecting ourselves, but honoring Eloise and others lost to this thing over the years. The hike back to that spot is tense, every snapping twig sending my heart into overdrive. We find fresh tracks, massive prints that don't match any animal in these parts. I take point the woe's image burned into my memory that twisted form those hungry eyes. It feels personal now, a vendetta that goes beyond survival. Suddenly, Sarah raises a fist, signaling a halt ahead through the tangled undergrowth. I see a flicker of unnatural movement. We spread out, encircling the spot when I call out, voice louder than I expected, come out and face us, silence. Then a rustle. It emerges from the shadows, monstrous and terrifying in the fading light. For a moment, the Rangers are frozen in shock. Then Tom's rifle cracks and the air fills with the sound of gunfire. The Wendigo staggers, a roar tearing from its throat, but it ain't going down easy. It lunges towards Sarah, faster than seems possible. I tackle her to the ground as it sails overhead, its claws raking the air inches from her face. Chaos erupts. The Rangers are firing, forcing the creature back. I scramble up, rifle in hand. I get off a shot, but my aim's off the bullet, only grazing its side. The Wendigo snarls, and that's when I see it, a flicker of silver embedded in its shoulder. The locket I fire again, aiming straight for the heart-shaped glint. The bullet hits home. The window stumbles its monstrous form. Shuddering then, with a final unearthly wail, it collapses, its oily eyes fading to lifeless. Black silence descends, broken only by our ragged breaths. We cautiously approach the creature's body. It's real, solid, no fading mist or trick of the light, just dead. Finally, in the days that follow, the Wendigo's body is taken for testing, but the scientists are baffled. It ain't any known species. The DNA, a confusing mishmash of, well, they ain't quite sure. The story makes the news some twisted, cryptid tale, but quickly fades into the background noise of the 24-hour cycle. And me, I leave the Turtle parked for a while. Rent a motel room in a town small enough to feel safe. There's still a lingering dread, the feeling of being watched. When I walk alone at night, sometimes in my nightmares, I see those slick black eyes. But slowly life gets back to normal, or as normal as it can get, after facing down an unholy creature from the backwoods. I keep the locket hidden. A grim reminder and a badge of honor. I guess maybe one day I'll hit the road again, find some other patch of wilderness to explore, but for now, I'm okay with staying put after all. As far as anyone knows, the Wendigo is gone for good, and that's a damn good reason to sleep soundly at night. My name is Marcus Grayson, and I was 45 when it happened. Late September, in the heart of Kaibab National Forest, where the air grows cold, the golden light filters through the dense canopy, and shadows stretch unnaturally long. I parked my RV far from the main trails, deep near an isolated path called Whispering Pines. I sought solitude, a refuge to write about my years as a park ranger, and if I'm honest, to escape the shadows of my own life. My wife Celeste died 3 years ago. Her passing left a chasm I couldn't fill. I quit the ranger service soon after, drifting aimlessly, tethered only by my longing for the woods. The forest was the last place that still made sense. But Whispering Pines? It would prove to be anything but sanctuary. For the first 2 days, it was peaceful. I pitched camp in a clearing so secluded the only sounds were the rustling of the pines and the occasional bird. It suited me. My mornings were spent writing, my afternoons hiking, and my evenings sipping coffee by the fire. By the 3rd evening, however, my isolation shattered. She arrived at dusk, knocking on my RV's door just as the sun bled into the horizon. I opened it to find a woman. early 30s, her clothes damp with sweat and a weathered backpack slung over one shoulder. Her voice trembled. My car broke down a few miles back. I need help. I frowned, stepping outside to size her up. You're out here alone? Why? I'm a journalist, she said hesitantly, writing a piece on local legends, specifically the Witch of Whispering Pines. I snorted. You got stranded chasing a ghost story? Her lips tightened, but she shrugged. I wasn't planning to be stranded, no. Against my better judgment, I offered her shelter for the night, promising to hike out with her in the morning to find help. By the fire, she shared the witch's tale. She was a settler, Jenny explained, her voice low. Accused of cursing her community after a string of deaths. They hanged her beneath a giant pine. Legend says her spirit lures people into the forest with whispers, drawing them to their doom. I chuckled, but unease crept in. It's just wind in the trees, I said. Animals, maybe. There's no such thing as ghosts. Jenny didn't argue. That night, as we settled into our sleeping bags, I couldn't shake the oppressive weight of the forest around us. It was darker here, quieter. Even the air felt unnaturally still. The whispers came at midnight. At first I thought Jenny was talking in her sleep. Then I realized the voices were outside, soft, indistinct, overlapping. I froze as one of them spoke my name. Marcus. I grabbed my flashlight, my hands trembling as I shone the beam into the clearing. The whispers stopped. The silence was more unnerving than the sound. Morning came too slowly. We packed and set off, following a narrow trail deeper into the forest. Jenny was unusually quiet, her sharp curiosity replaced by a watchful tension. Do you hear that? She whispered suddenly. Hear what? She tilted her head. Footsteps. Behind us. I strained to listen. Nothing but the wind. It's your imagination, I said, though my stomach churned. A mile later we found the footprints, bare, enormous, and fresh. Bear? Jenny asked. No, I said grimly. Not a bear. We pressed on, but the forest felt alive, watching us. When we came upon the tree, an enormous pine with deep scars etched into its bark, I knew we were no longer alone. Carved into the trunk was an ancient symbol, 2 interlocking circles surrounded by jagged lines. That's it, Jenny whispered, her face pale. The witch's mark. The wind stirred, and I heard it again. Marcus. The voice was faint but distinct, slicing through the rustling leaves. Jenny's wide eyes met mine. A storm rolled in that afternoon. Thunder cracked, and rain turned the trail into a mire. Our radios and phones failed, leaving us utterly cut off. We returned to the RV, soaked and exhausted. That night the whispers grew louder, circling us, relentless. Among them, one voice rose above the rest. Marcus, it called. It's me. My heart seized. It was Celeste. Her voice, clear and familiar. I stumbled out into the rain, flashlight in hand. Celeste? I called. The whispers led me back to the tree. Beneath it stood a woman, pale, her black hair tangled, her eyes voids of hollow darkness. Stay with me, Marcus, she said, her lips curling into a cruel smile. I staggered back. You're not her. Her smile vanished, replaced by rage. Shadows swirled around her, writhing like serpents. Their whispers became screams. Jenny found me hours later, soaked and trembling by the RV. I told her everything, and she believed me. She preys on guilt, Jenny said. That's how she traps people. The next morning, Jenny was gone. Her pack, her boots, everything vanished. I searched desperately until I found her, standing in front of the marked tree, her face blank, her eyes unfocused. Jenny! The witch loomed over her, her hollow gaze locking onto mine. Leave, she hissed, her voice a storm of cracking wood and howling wind. Or suffer. No, I said, stepping forward. I won't let you take her. The witch sneered. You couldn't save Celeste. You'll fail her too. Her words cut deep, but I pressed on. Maybe I failed before, but not this time. With every ounce of strength, I grabbed Jenny and pulled her from the tree. The shadows shrieked, their grip weakening as I dragged her away. We ran until the forest spat us out, and when I dared look back, the witch was gone, her form dissolving into the mist. Jenny and I parted ways without much talk. Neither of us had the words to explain what had happened. I haven't returned to Kaibab since. I know the Witch of Whispering Pines is still out there, waiting, but she won't find me among her victims. Some ghosts, you learn, are better left alone. I've been RV camping deep in the Tennessee woods for weeks now. It was supposed to be peaceful. Time to commune with nature, recharge, and maybe, just maybe, capture that perfect shot as a wildlife photographer. The truth? It's been boring. Real boring. I'm Eamon, by the way, and I was already considering packing it up, heading somewhere with a little more excitement. Be careful what you wish for. Last night, everything changed. It started small. I was slouched on the couch, half watching some trashy reality show, when I heard it. Scratching. Faint at first, like something clawing at the outside of the RV. Probably a raccoon, I thought. Maybe a possum. But then the whole vehicle rocked. Something hit it hard, hard enough to make my stomach drop. I killed the TV, heart pounding. A bear, I told myself. That's all it could be. I crept to the window, pulling the curtain back just enough to peek. Nothing. No movement, no shadows, just a dense, suffocating darkness pressing against the glass. And then I heard it, a sound I'll never forget. A whisper, not a human whisper, but something wet and serpentine. It slithered under the RV door, a rasping hiss that made my skin crawl and my breath hitch. I grabbed my flashlight, my fingers trembling as I fumbled to switch it on. The beam pierced the night, slicing through the shadows, and then I saw them. Eyes, huge, bulbous, and yellow, glowing faintly in the light. They stared at me, unblinking, from under the RV. Whatever it wasn't a bear. It wasn't anything I'd ever seen. The creature ducked out of sight, and for a moment the world felt too quiet. Then came the scratching again, this time louder, angrier, accompanied by a guttural growl that vibrated through the walls. My pulse roared in my ears as I began piling anything I could find against the door. A chair, a cooler, my camera bag, anything to keep it out. The RV jolted violently as something slammed into it. Metal groaned. The hinges of the door shrieked in protest. I scrambled for my phone, hoping, praying for a signal. Nothing. The flashlight slipped from my hand, shattering on the floor. Darkness swallowed me whole, and in that suffocating void I heard it. The sound of metal tearing, a sickening crunch that made my knees buckle. Blind and desperate, I backed into the kitchen counter, my hand closing around something cold and sharp, my chef's knife. I gripped it tight, my knuckles white as the creature made its move. The door buckled. A clawed hand, no, a monstrosity, punched through the widening gap, groping blindly. Its claws were impossibly long, glinting even in the dim light. Then came the snout, slick and wet, lined with jagged teeth that caught the faint glow of the moonlight. The air reeked of rot and blood. I froze. My body screamed at me to move, but fear had latched onto my limbs like a vice. The creature let out a shriek, an unholy, ear-piercing sound that made my teeth ache. It yanked its hand back, the RV rattling with the force, but I knew it wasn't gone. With shaking hands, I dug through my backpack until I found my headlamp. The beam flickered on, illuminating the doorway. My breath hitched. The thing crouched there, its scaly, grayish skin glinting like wet stone. It was hunched, its back arching unnaturally, its yellow eyes fixed on me with an unblinking, predatory intensity. It growled, a low, guttural rumble that shook me to my core. I didn't think. I swung the knife wildly, my only goal to make it stop. Somehow, miraculously, I connected. The creature yelped, a high, keening sound that made my stomach churn, and retreated into the night. crashing through the underbrush. Silence. I slumped against the wall, my chest heaving, listening for any sign of its return. The RV was wrecked, the door hanging on by a thread, claw marks gouged deep into the metal. I wedged a chair under the handle, knowing it wouldn't do much but feeling too helpless to care. The night stretched on, endless and suffocating. I didn't dare close my eyes. As the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, I gathered my things, every nerve in my body screaming to get out of those cursed woods. I don't know what I saw last night. I don't know if anyone will believe me. But I know one thing for sure. I'm done with wildlife photography. Some things in nature aren't meant to be captured. My name is Michael Randall, and I was 37 years old when this happened. It was the middle of October, just after my divorce was finalized. I'd been living in my RV, driving aimlessly across Arizona, trying to escape the suffocating monotony of my old life. That's how I ended up in Apache, Sitgiri National Forest, parked off a narrow logging road that didn't even show up on my GPS. The forest was breathtaking. The kind of place that seemed to stretch on forever. Pine trees loomed over me like sentinels, their branches swaying gently in the crisp autumn breeze. It was quiet, too quiet, maybe, but that's exactly what I was looking for: solitude. I parked my RV in a small clearing and stepped outside to stretch the gravel crunched beneath my boots. As I surveyed the area, the plan was simple: camp for a couple of days, clear my head and maybe figure out my next steps. But plans don't mean much when the devil himself decides to intervene. The first sign that something was off came about an hour after I arrived. I just finished setting up my campfire when I noticed someone walking toward me from the trail. She appeared out of nowhere, a slim figure with dark hair and a faded denim jacket. "Hey," she called out, her voice light but oddly flat. "Mind if I join you for a bit? Normally, I wouldn't have invited a stranger into my campsite." But something about her felt disarming. She introduced herself as Ruby and claimed her car had broken down a few miles back. "I'm trying to get to my family's cabin," she said, gesturing vaguely toward the forest, "but it's too far to walk tonight. Mind if I camp here?" I hesitated. Something about her didn't add up. No backpack, no gear, but I couldn't exactly send her into the woods alone. "Sure," I said, "I've got extra firewood." She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. "Thanks, you're a lifesaver." As night fell, Ruby and I sat by the fire, the orange flames dancing between us. She wasn't much of a talker, but when she did speak, her words carried a strange weight. "This forest is different," she said, staring into the fire. "It's not like other places." "How so?" I asked, half listening. As I poked at the embers, she shrugged. "It's old. It remembers things, and it doesn't like bus visitors." I chuckled nervously. "Well, good thing. I'm not planning to stick around too long." She didn't laugh. Instead, she leaned closer, her expression unreadable. "You ever hear of the Grinning Devil?" I shook my head, and she told me the story decades ago. Loggers worked these woods, cutting trees and building roads where none had existed before. One day, a man appeared, tall, shadowy, with a grin that stretched too wide. He offered them wealth and power, promising they'd never want for anything again. All they had to do was sign his book, and did they? I asked. She nodded. One by one they vanished. Some say you can still hear their laughter. If you listen close enough, a cold shiver ran down. My spine sounds like a campfire story. Ruby's gaze flicked toward the trees, her eyes narrowing. "It's more than that." That night I woke to the sound of whispers at first. I thought it was the wind slipping through the trees, but then I heard it again. Soft, low, unmistakable Mike. I sat up in my bunk, heart pounding. The fire outside had burned down to embers, casting faint shadows across the clearing. Ruby's silhouette was visible through the RV window. She was standing just outside, staring into the darkness. I stepped outside, the cold biting at my skin. Ruby, what are you doing? She didn't turn around. Do you hear it? Hear what? She finally looked at me, her face pale and drawn, the laughter. And then I heard it, a deep guttural chuckle that echoed through the trees, coming from everywhere and nowhere all at once. The next morning I found them strange symbols carved into the dirt around my RV. They were crude, circular, and vaguely unsettling, like something out of a witch's spell book. I crouched down to get a closer look, but I couldn't make sense of them. Ruby appeared behind me, startling me. Don't touch them. Why not? I asked, trying to keep the irritation out of my voice. They're warnings, she said. He's coming. Who's coming? I snapped, my patience wearing thin. She didn't answer. Instead, she walked back to the fire pit and sat down, muttering something under her breath. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, I felt a strange heaviness settle over the forest. The air grew colder, and the shadows seemed to stretch longer than they should. Ruby sat by the fire, her knees drawn to her chest, while I paced nervously, and then he appeared at first. It was just a figure in the distance, standing at the edge of the clearing, but as he stepped closer, the firelight revealed his features, or lack thereof. His face was shadowed, his grin impossibly wide, stretching from ear to ear. His eyes glowed faintly, like embers in a dying fire. Good evening. He said, his voice smooth and unsettling. I hope I'm not interrupting. Ruby didn't move, didn't even look at him. I, on the other hand, felt rooted to the spot, my mouth dry and my heart hammering in my chest. Who are you? I managed to choke out. He tilted his head, his grin never for wavering. Just a humble businessman, and I thank you, Michael, could use my services. He stepped closer, his movements fluid and unnatural. I've been watching you. Such a shame about your marriage and that job you hate so much. Wouldn't you like to change it all, start fresh? I glanced at Ruby, but she wouldn't meet my eyes. What are you talking about? I demanded. The devil chuckled. I'm offering you a deal: wealth, power, happiness, whatever your heart desires. All I need is a little signature. He produced a leather-bound book from thin air, holding it out to me. I stared at it, feeling a strange pull, like the very fabric of reality was bending around me. No, I said, my voice trembling. I'm not interested. The grin widened impossibly grotesquely. Oh, but you are. Everyone is. Ruby finally spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. Mike, don't. He's lying. The devil's gaze shifted to her, and for the first time her composure cracked. Ruby, he said almost affectionately, still playing the victim. I see. What's going on? I demanded, stepping away from both of them. Ruby's eyes filled with tears. I brought you here. He needs someone to take my place. It's the only way. I can leave you. What? My stomach turned as the realization hit me. You used me. I didn't have a choice. She sobbed. Please, Mike, don't sign it. Don't let him win. The devil sighed, his grin faltering. For the first time, and enough of this, with a wave of his hand, the fire roared to life, casting a harsh, flickering light over the clearing. The symbols around the RV glowed faintly, pulsing with an otherworldly energy. You're wasting my time, Michael, he said, his voice sharp and commanding. Sign the book, or Ruby will take your place forever. I looked at Ruby, then back at the devil. My mind raced, searching for a way out, and then I remembered the salt. I grabbed the container of salt from my supplies, and began pouring it in a circle around myself. The devil laughed, a horrible mocking sound, but I didn't stop the moment. The circle was complete. He recoiled, his grin twisting into a snarl. Clever, he hissed, but it won't save you forever. The ground shook and the laughter grew louder, reverberating through the forest. Ruby screamed as the devil's shadow enveloped her, dragging her into the darkness. And then, just like that, It was over. I left the forest at first light, driving my RV as far and as fast as it would go. But even now, weeks later, I can't shake the feeling that he's still watching, waiting for another chance to make his offer. The devil always grins, and I'll never forget it. My name is Garrett Nolan, and I'm 39 years old. This happened last fall, deep in the Coconino National Forest in Arizona, along a secluded trail known as Dark Hollow. I ventured there alone, researching local legends for a history paper. What I found wasn't the stuff of academic curiosity. It was a nightmare that still stains my waking hours. I arrived on a crisp October morning, the forest vibrant yet foreboding. Towering pines reached for the heavens, their shadows weaving a tapestry of light and darkness. The air was cool, carrying a faint chill that whispered of the coming winter. It was perfect, too perfect. The ranger station at the trailhead was deserted, save for one man. Bill, his name tag read. He looked like he'd been carved from the forest itself, worn, rugged, and uneasy. "You're heading to Dark Hollow?" His voice was gravelly, his expression wary. "That's the plan," I replied, slinging my pack over my shoulder. "I'm checking out the ruins, the stone altar, the old myths, you know?" Bill's eyes darkened. "Folks round here don't go near Dark Hollow after sundown. Too easy to lose your way." "And the stories? Witches, curses, the works?" I interrupted with a grin, eager to dismiss his warning. He didn't smile. "Stay on the trail, and don't stay too long." I brushed him off, but his words lingered. The trail began innocuously enough. Well-marked, sunlight dappled through the canopy. But as I ventured deeper, the forest changed. The air thickened, the light dimmed, and an oppressive silence swallowed the natural sounds. I found the first witch's circle before noon. The earth was scorched black, its center littered with brittle, charred bones, too small for comfort. Strange symbols, jagged and alien, were scratched into the ground, forming a perimeter. My skin prickled, but curiosity outweighed dread. I photographed everything, unaware that this was only the beginning. By mid-afternoon, I stumbled upon the altar. It jutted from the earth like a wound, ancient and defiled. Thick moss clung to its surface, masking symbols carved deep into the stone. My camera refused to turn on as I approached. My compass spun wildly, useless. And then, faintly, I heard it, singing. A woman's voice, soft and melodic, floated on the air. There was a wrongness to it, an unnatural harmony that froze my blood. "Hello?" I called, but the forest swallowed my words. The singing stopped. That night, I camped near my RV, seeking the illusion of safety. The firelight flickered weakly against the encroaching dark as I tried to focus on my notes. The symbols I'd seen gnawed at me, their meaning just out of reach. Then the singing began again. Closer this time, louder. A chorus of voices layered atop each other, weaving an eerie chant. My flashlight beam faltered as it probed the void between the trees. "Who's out there?" I demanded, my voice trembling. The chant ceased, leaving a silence so oppressive it felt alive. By morning, footprints surrounded my campsite, wet, bare footprints, too large to be human. There'd been no rain, the forest was alive, and I was its prey. Determined to understand, I pressed on. I found another circle, this one fresh, melted candles, animal bones, and a blood-stained scrap of fabric tied to a branch. My stomach churned. My resolve wavered, but I pressed on, driven by a need to explain the unexplainable. That night, something came for me. I woke to a low, guttural hum vibrating through the walls of my RV. My chest felt heavy, pinned by an unseen force. Panic surged as I fought to move, but my body refused. And then I saw it. A figure loomed in the doorway, impossibly tall and thin. Its limbs stretched unnaturally, bending in ways no human could. Its face, if it had one, was obscured, a void of shadow that radiated malice. The hum grew louder, drilling into my skull. My vision blurred. I squeezed my eyes shut, praying it was a hallucination. When I dared to look again, the figure was gone. But the silence it left was worse. The fourth night, I gave in to madness. Gripping my flashlight like a weapon, I followed the singing into the heart of the forest. The trail dissolved beneath my feet as I pushed forward, drawn by a haunting glow. I stumbled into a clearing. Shadowy figures danced in a slow, inhuman rhythm. Their forms were twisted, their movements jerky. When one turned toward me, I saw its face, or rather its lack of one. Pale, featureless flesh stretched where eyes, a nose, and a mouth should have been. The others followed, their blank visages locking onto me as their chant rose to a deafening crescendo. I ran, blindly crashing through the trees, until the forest seemed to spit me out onto the trail. The air was colder now, heavier. Behind me, the chanting figures lingered at the edge of the clearing, their shadows clawing at the earth. I don't remember starting the RV. I don't remember the drive home. But the forest isn't done with me. It's been weeks, and the symbols are back, scratched into my RV, etched into my dreams. The chanting hasn't stopped. Not really. It follows me, whispering through the walls, seeping into my soul. The forest doesn't forget, and it doesn't forgive. My name is Eleanor Kane, Ellie, to those who know me, and I am 42 years old. Last October, I ventured into the Painted Desert of Arizona, near a forsaken place called Devil's Wash. I went alone in my RV, seeking solace and inspiration to paint. It was supposed to be a peaceful retreat, an escape from the noise of the world. Instead, it became a nightmare I can never wake from. The gas station was the last sliver of civilization before the abyss of desert stretched endlessly ahead. An old man with leathery skin and a slack jaw leaned lazily against the counter, a wad of chewing tobacco tucked in his cheek. "Bad ground," he muttered, squinting at me with one good eye. "People go out there and they don't come back right, if they come back at all." I laughed it off, feigning courage. "Why is that?" "Desert tricks," he said with a shrug. "Voices, shadows, things that ain't supposed to be." I thanked him, my amusement masking unease. I was a rational woman, rooted in the tangible. The desert was just sand and stone. What harm could it do? By the time I arrived, the sun hung high and merciless. The Painted Desert was breathtaking, the reds and oranges of its hills shimmering like the surface of a fever dream. I parked near the dry wash, a shallow gully etched by centuries of floodwater, and set up camp. The first day was calm. I painted until the dying light turned the cliffs into molten gold, the wash a sea of shadow. That night, as I sipped tea under a sky teeming with stars, the silence enveloped me like a heavy shroud. Then faintly I heard it, a hum. Melodic, disjointed, like a lullaby sung in a language I didn't understand. I chalked it up to the wind. But when I slept, my dreams twisted into something unholy. Dark figures stood motionless in the wash, their faces shrouded in an unnatural blur. They weren't men, they were watching. When dawn broke, the dream was the least of my worries. Barefoot prints dotted the sand outside my RV, trailing from the wash. They were fresh, impossibly fresh, and impossibly human. My gut churned, but I dismissed it. Wildlife, I told myself. The second night, the hum returned, louder, more insistent. It filled the air like a siren, vibrating through my very bones. I stepped outside with my flashlight, my breath fogging in the cool desert air. "Hello?" My voice wavered, swallowed by the infinite dark. Movement flickered at the edge of the wash, a shifting shadow, too quick to follow. I swung the flashlight wildly. Nothing. Just the skeletal trees and the yawning abyss of the desert. By the third day, the peace of the Painted Desert had soured into a suffocating dread. The air felt heavy, charged with an unseen force. While painting, I spotted him, A gaunt figure standing in the wash, his sunken eyes boring into me. He lifted a hand, beckoning. "Hey!" I shouted, running toward him. But as I closed the distance, he disintegrated. One moment there, the next, gone. Where he'd stood, symbols were carved into the sand, jagged spirals and angular lines that seemed to writhe as I stared. That night, the dream became reality. I woke to the hum, now a guttural roar that pressed down on my chest. Shadows surrounded the RV, dozens of them. Their eyes glowed like dying embers, and one reached out, tapping the window with a skeletal finger. I screamed, fumbling for the light. When the bulb blazed, they vanished, leaving only the vast, empty night. The RV wouldn't start. My battery was drained, though I'd left nothing on. With no other choice, I returned to the wash at dawn, driven by a desperate need to know. There, half buried beneath a tumble of stone, was an ancient petroglyph. It depicted figures bowing to a swirling, chaotic mass of spirals and jagged lines. The air thrummed as I stared, and my mind filled with visions. The gaunt man, the glowing eyes, the suffocating hum. A voice whispered, soft yet insistent. I fled, but the whisper followed. That night, it became a command. My hands moved on their own, dragging streaks of black and crimson across the canvas. A nightmare emerged. Twisted landscapes, shadowed figures, and at the center the swirling mass from the glyph. The painting pulsed with life, the hum rising to a crescendo. The shadows returned, their forms writhing in the moonlight, their glowing eyes fixed on me as the hum filled my skull, threatening to split it open. In blind terror, I doused the painting in gasoline and struck a match. "You can't have me!" I screamed, throwing the match onto the canvas. The fire roared to life, devouring the painting. The hum transformed into an agonized shriek, and the shadows writhed, breaking apart like smoke caught in a gale. Then, silence. The RV started without a hitch, and I drove until the desert was a distant memory. But it didn't let me go. This morning I found it waiting on my doorstep, the painting, charred and blackened, yet unmistakably intact. I don't know how it followed me, but I know one thing. The desert isn't done with me yet. I never thought I'd find myself here, alone in the middle of nowhere, with only my RV and a dog named Jasper to keep me company. Life had been a never-ending spiral for months, and the idea of a solo camping trip deep into the heart of the U.S. wilderness seemed like the perfect escape. The spot I picked, a secluded corner of the Allegan National Forest, was far removed from the nearest town. It was pristine, untouched, but there was an unsettling emptiness to it. Perfect for a fresh start, or so I thought. The forest loomed like a cathedral, with towering pines whose branches seemed to whisper secrets to the wind. The scent of pine and damp earth filled the air, but beneath it lingered a stifling heaviness, a sense of something unseen. For a fleeting moment it seemed to lift the weight of my struggles. I parked the RV in a small clearing surrounded by thick woods, a cocoon of isolation. Jasper, my restless mutt, darted around, barking at the rustling shadows as if something just beyond them lurked. I sat by the fire, nursing a beer, watching the flames dance as though they too were struggling to survive. But as the sun sank beneath the horizon, the forest transformed. The shadows stretched, long and twisted, creeping into every corner like dark fingers reaching for me. The silence grew suffocating, as if the trees themselves were holding their breath, waiting for something to happen. I tried to shake it off, pushed it aside as nerves. I heated a can of chili over the fire, its metallic taste clinging to my tongue as I forced it down. Jasper, usually so excitable, sat unusually still, his gaze locked on the tree line. I brushed it off, too tired to care. I locked the RV door behind me and climbed into bed, Jasper curling up by my feet. Sleep took me quickly, but it wasn't the kind of sleep that offered peace. Then came the sound. A twig snapped. Loud. Intentional. I shot upright, my heart hammering in my chest. Jasper growled low, his body tense beside me. Another snap, closer this time, followed by rustling, a heavy, deliberate movement through the brush. My breath caught in my throat. I fumbled for the flashlight, whispering, "Stay." But Jasper's growl deepened, and I crept to the door. The night air hit me like a wall of ice. The fire had burned down to a smoldering heap of embers, casting a faint, unsettling glow. I swung the flashlight across the clearing. Nothing. Only trees, shadows, and the deep void of darkness. Then came another crash, louder. A muffled thud that echoed through the clearing, followed by the unmistakable sound of movement. Jasper's furious barks shattered the quiet. I spun around, the flashlight trembling in my hand until it landed on something. No, someone. A man collapsed at the edge of the clearing. He was battered, his clothes torn and drenched in blood. His breath came in ragged, desperate gasps, and one of his eyes was swollen shut, the skin around it a grotesque mess of purple and red. He tried to speak, but all that escaped was a strangled cough. My mind screamed to run, but my feet were frozen. "Hey, are you okay?" I called, though the words barely escaped my throat. He rasped, "There. Coming. Hide." Before I could ask who they were, they emerged from the tree line. 3 men, their faces hidden behind bandanas, their eyes glinting with malice. Each carried a weapon, bats, knives, all dripping with intent. My stomach dropped. My pulse thundered in my ears. "Get back in the RV," I hissed to Jasper, who bolted inside, barking madly. The men spread out, circling, their movements slow, methodical, like predators. The leader, tall with a cruel smile that barely reached his eyes, pointed his bat at me. "This doesn't concern you," he sneered. "Hand him over and we'll leave you in one piece." "Like hell I will." My voice shook, but the knife I gripped in my hand gave me a sliver of courage. The leader chuckled darkly. "Brave. Stupid, but brave." Then the others closed in, and I knew that blood would spill tonight. Jasper's barks echoed inside the RV, frantic, desperate. One of the men lunged at me, and I swung the flashlight with all my strength, the sickening crack of it connecting with his skull, sending a wave of cold terror through me. He collapsed, twitching, but another attacker charged, his bat slamming into my ribs with bone-crushing force. The pain exploded, and I staggered backward, gasping for air. I slashed wildly with the knife, the blade sinking deep into his side. A blood-curdling scream split the night as he crumpled, clutching at the wound, blood spraying into the air like a grotesque fountain. The leader swung his bat, the rush of air before it struck my head, narrowly missing me. I ducked, feeling the brush of it, and slashed again. Jasper burst out of the RV like a blur of fur and fury, his teeth sinking into the arm of one of the attackers. The man howled in agony, his shriek so primal it sent shivers down my spine. The leader hesitated, a moment of uncertainty flashing in his eyes. He looked down at the blood pouring from his arm where I'd cut him. His smile was gone, replaced by a snarl. "This ain't over," he spat, before retreating into the darkness, his remaining ally dragging his bleeding, panicked form behind him. The forest was silent again, but it wasn't peaceful. It was suffocating. I stood there, trembling, blood running down my side from a gash, Jasper whimpering at my side. The man on the ground had passed out, his injuries severe, but I couldn't leave him behind. Not yet. We didn't sleep that night. Every rustle in the trees, every whisper of wind sent a jolt of fear through me, a reminder that I was not alone. At dawn, I patched up the stranger's wounds as best as I could and, with trembling hands, loaded him into the RV. The drive to the nearest town felt like a nightmare that stretched on forever. When I reached the police, their empty assurances barely registered. They promised to investigate, but the hollow ring of their words only deepened the sense of dread in my chest. As I drove away from the station, Jasper curled up beside me. I glanced at the rearview mirror. The forest was a dark smear on the horizon, the trees now seeming less like silent sentinels and more like eyes, watching, waiting. I had come seeking solitude, but I left with the unshakable feeling that something had followed me. And no matter how far I drove, those woods would always be waiting, holding a dark memory that refused to be forgotten. My name is Caleb Rohr, and I'm 44 years old. What I'm about to tell you, I can barely bring myself to speak of, because some things are too terrible to be shared. Some horrors once seen follow you, haunt you, crawl inside you like a shadow, and gnaw at your soul until you're not sure what's real anymore. This is one of those things. It all began in October of 2022, when I ventured into the Superstition Mountains of Arizona in my RV. I wasn't looking for trouble. I wasn't after a ghost story or the drama of some lost treasure. I was just looking for history. Some rugged beauty. A little mystery, maybe. But what I found, well, it's something I'll carry with me to my grave. I had been fascinated with the tale of the lost Dutchman's mine ever since I was a kid. Stories of cursed gold buried deep in the mountains, where the spirits of long-dead miners still guard it. It was always just that. A story. A fable to entertain treasure hunters. But the closer I got to the superstitions, the more I felt like I was crossing into one of those myths. I felt it in the air as I drove toward the remote trailhead at Devil's Roost, a feeling that crawled up my spine like cold fingers. Devil's Roost itself was nothing more than a jagged outcrop of rock, but its name? It spoke of a weight that seemed to pull the land itself into darkness. Some old miners had called it cursed ground, but I had laughed it off. People loved a good ghost story. I wasn't the kind to be spooked by old rumors. When I arrived at the campsite, it was quiet, eerily quiet. The kind of silence that presses in on you when you've been on the road too long. My RV hummed softly as I set up, the sinking sun casting long, gnarled shadows over the mountains. Everything seemed peaceful. Perfect. Until she appeared. Maggie Porter. She was dressed in a park ranger's uniform, but it looked weathered and lived in, like she had spent far too many nights alone under the stars. Her presence was unnerving, but what she said next made my blood run cold. "You planning to hike up there?" she asked, nodding toward the trailhead. "Something like that," I answered, trying to brush it off. "I'm here for the history. Maybe I'll find something interesting." Her eyes narrowed, and the smile on her lips didn't reach them. "You won't find what you're looking for." I raised an eyebrow, irritation flickering. "You don't even know what I'm looking for." She wasn't fazed. "You're not the first to come here, chasing gold or stories. Most don't find anything but trouble." Her words hung in the air, and the edge in her voice rattled me. There was something about her, something in the fear behind her words that made my skin prickle. "You don't buy into all that cursed gold nonsense, do you?" I said, trying to dismiss it. "It's not nonsense," she snapped. "People disappear out here. My brother, he went looking for the mine 5 years ago. He never came back." I didn't know what to say, but before I could offer any comfort, she turned and walked off. Her words echoed in my mind, gnawing at me as the shadows deepened and the wind picked up, whispering through the pines. It felt like the mountains themselves were listening, watching. That night, sleep wouldn't come. The silence outside my RV wasn't right. It was thick, too thick, like the air itself was holding its breath. The next morning, I set out early, determined to shake off the feeling that something was waiting just beyond my reach. I packed my gear, water, snacks, GPS, and hit the trail. The hike was slow, the terrain rugged. The air smelled of sagebrush, dry and earthy. But about an hour in, the screen on my GPS began to flicker, then died completely. I cursed under my breath and pulled out my phone, only to realize I had no signal, not even a weak bar. I shook my head, trying to brush off the growing unease. I marked my path with small rocks and pushed on, but something about the trail felt wrong. The air turned cold. The trees seemed to close in around me, the path narrowing until I felt as though I were being funneled into something. Waiting. That's when I saw it. A pickaxe, lodged in a rock beside the trail. It was old, but the metal gleamed strangely in the dim light, untouched by rust. Nearby, an old leather-bound journal lay half buried in the dirt. The pages were brittle, the ink faded, but one line stood out, scrawled in uneven letters. "The gold isn't worth it." I froze. A chill crawled up my spine, but curiosity urged me on. I shoved the journal into my pack and kept moving, but the landscape seemed to shift around me. The air thickened, the trees grew more twisted, even the sunlight seemed to struggle to break through. And then it appeared. A figure. Dark, shapeless, always at the edge of my vision. At first, I thought it was my imagination, too many ghost stories running through my head. But the longer I walked, the closer it seemed to get. It darted between the trees, always moving, never still. And the closer I got to Devil's Roost, the more I felt it, like something was circling me, watching. When I reached the roost, my nerves were raw, frayed to the point of snapping. The outcrop loomed before me, jagged and unforgiving, the view breathtaking but impossible to enjoy. And then, there it was. The shadow. It wasn't just an outline anymore. It was a presence, a thing, an entity that seemed to breathe malice. It circled me, coming closer with every passing second. I couldn't breathe. My flashlight flickered and died, plunging me into darkness. And in that darkness, I saw it. Gold. It gleamed faintly in a crevice near the roost. A treasure so close, so tantalizing I could almost taste it. But I knew. I knew what the old miner had written. "The gold isn't worth it." Before I could move, a voice called my name. "Caleb." Maggie's voice. Her flashlight pierced the darkness, and the shadow recoiled, pulling back as if afraid of the light. She appeared from the trees, her face pale, her breath ragged. "You need to leave," I told her, my voice trembling. "I'm not leaving you," she shouted back. "We have to." And then it came. The shadow lunged, an unnatural screech filling the air as it reached for me. Maggie grabbed my arm, yanking me away just as it slashed through the space where I'd stood. We ran, stumbling, my heart pounding as the thing followed us, its icy tendrils brushing against my back. We didn't stop until we reached the RV. The first light of dawn broke over the horizon, and the shadow faded into nothing. The mountains, the forest, the curse, they were gone. But as I drove away, leaving the superstitions behind, I couldn't shake the feeling. In the rearview mirror, for just a split second, I saw it. A shadow standing at the edge of the forest, watching me. Some mysteries are better left unsolved. Some treasures better left buried. And some things are never truly gone. I didn't tell a soul I was heading to Ari National Forest. Desperation drove me, a desperate need to escape the suffocating weight of my life's collapse. My kitchen was a battlefield of half-packed boxes, shattered family portraits wrapped in bubble wrap, and the oppressive silence of a divorce I never wanted but couldn't stop. My mind screamed for release, for somewhere I could be alone with my thoughts, away from the wreckage. I packed my RV, grabbed my camera, and hit the road. The promise of the forest's isolation seemed like the only place that could offer me any peace. Ari was the kind of place that could swallow you whole. A sprawling expanse of untamed trails, an eerie, tranquil lake, and a silence so thick it could smother you. I arrived just as the sun began its descent, the golden light filtering through the ancient canopy like something out of a nightmare. I stopped at a small, weathered general store near the entrance to gather supplies. The bell above the door tinkled softly as I walked in, and the woman behind the counter greeted me with a smile so wide it seemed painted on. "Camping alone?" she asked, her voice too casual, her eyes lingering on me a little too long. "Yeah, just for a couple of days," I muttered, avoiding her gaze. She nodded slowly, the smile slipping a fraction. "Stick to the marked trails, honey. Folks say the forest gets peculiar off the beaten path." I laughed, brushing off the strange warning. But her words gnawed at me, a distant echo in the back of my mind. I paid, grabbed my firewood and snacks, and drove deeper into the woods, the uneasy sense of being watched crawling over my skin. The campsite was beautiful in its isolation. A quiet lake, its surface shimmering like mercury, and towering trees that whispered in the wind. I parked the RV by the water, grabbed my camera, and wandered into the fading light. The air was cool, the trees' long shadows stretching across the water like monstrous limbs. For the first time in weeks, I felt a flicker of calm. That's when I saw it, a shadow in the water's reflection. It was barely there, a mere distortion in the stillness, but it was unmistakable, a human shape. I spun around, heart pounding, but saw nothing but trees and the still lake. Nothing moved, just the soft rustle of wind through the branches. "Get a grip, Elena," I muttered, my voice trembling. But the unease crawled beneath my skin, an invisible weight that followed me back to the RV. That night, the knocking began, soft at first, rhythmic, then louder, more insistent, as if circling the RV is like something hawking its prey. My blood ran cold. The sound tap-tap-tapping, like a branch scraping against the walls, but there were no branches near the window. I froze, flashlight gripped in my shaking hands. I opened the door, sweeping the beam of light across the darkness, but nothing. Just the oppressive stillness of the forest, watching, waiting. The next morning, I pushed the dread aside and hiked along the edge of the lake, my camera slung over my shoulder. That's when I saw the carvings. Deep gouges in the bark, crude and jagged, shaped like small handprints. They were everywhere. Every tree. I crouched to inspect one, running my fingers over the uneven edges. Creepy, right? The voice startled me. I whipped around to find a man standing just a few feet away. He wore a backpack and an easy, unsettling grin that didn't reach his eyes. "Sorry," he said, raising his hands in mock surrender. "Didn't mean to scare you. I'm Brandon." "Elena," I breathed, heart still racing. "You camped out here?" "Just passing through," he said. "This forest has a reputation, though." "For what?" He hesitated, eyes flicking nervously to the carvings before looking back at me. "Weird stuff. Yet people see things. Shadows, lights, some hear voices. The locals blame it on an old burial ground, but no one really knows what's going on." I forced a laugh, but it felt thin, like paper ready to tear. "Great. Just here for the scenery, though." His smile faltered. "You want to see something cool? There's a trail not many know about. Leads to an incredible overlook." Every instinct screamed at me to say no, but curiosity, like a slow-burning ember, took hold. "Sure. Lead the way." The trail was overgrown, the kind that seemed untouched for decades. The further we went, the more the handprints appeared, covering entire trunks of trees. The air grew heavier, thicker. Brandon fell quiet, glancing over his shoulder more often than I liked. "You okay?" I asked, but my voice felt small, swallowed by the forest's oppressive silence. "Yeah," he muttered. "This place, it gets under your skin." The overlook was breathtaking, the forest sprawling out beneath us like a living sea. The lake, now a dark silver in the fading light, shimmered with an otherworldly glow. I lifted my camera, capturing the moment, but when I lowered it, Brandon was staring at me. His eyes were wide, frantic. "You shouldn't have come here," he whispered. "What?" I stammered. Before he could answer, the sound sliced through the silence, a child's laugh. High, unnatural, echoing from the trees below. Brandon's face drained of color. "We need to go," he said urgently, grabbing my arm. "Now." Back at the RV, I tried to distract myself by going through the photos, but the images twisted my stomach. In each frame, faint but unmistakable, there was a small figure, standing just out of the light, barely there, like it had always been waiting. I slammed the laptop shut, panic rising in my throat, and turned to see Brandon standing at the door. "You've seen it, haven't you?" he asked, his voice grim. "What's going on?" I demanded. "They call it the Shadow Child," he said in a low whisper. "It's tied to the carvings. It lures people into the woods, and once it has you, you don't come back." "Why are you still here?" I asked, suspicion creeping in. His eyes darkened, hollow. "It won't let me leave. Not until someone takes my place." The realization hit like a punch to the chest. "You brought me here on purpose." "I didn't have a choice," he shouted, desperation clawing at his voice. That night, the knocking returned, louder, relentless, and then the laughter, echoing from just outside the window. Brandon stood by the door, knife in hand, his face a mask of terror. Then I saw it. A small figure, its face a shifting void, a swirling mass of darkness. It whispered my name, "Elena, come play." I snapped the camera, the flash a fleeting defense, the light pushing the creature back, but only for a moment. Each burst of light seemed to weaken it, but the laughter grew louder, more mocking, more insistent. By dawn, Brandon was gone. Now back in my apartment, safe but forever scarred, I see it. In reflections, in the shadows, watching, waiting, and sometimes, in the dead of night, I still hear it, the soft, lilting laughter that never stops.